Chapter 572. Ever since he met Zhou Yuntian and the others, there was a strange aura everywhere. Zhou Yuntian was from Burning Heaven Valley and was from the Myriad Demon Ridge camp. So the other cultivators with him must also be from Myriad Demon Ridge. But even if these people recognized Li Baxian, they did not show the slightest hostility towards him. Even after Xiaoliang asked for help, they said that there were no camps here, boasting shamelessly that they could resolve the grievances between the two sides. At this moment, there was even an inexplicable venerable one that appeared out of nowhere, causing Zhou Yuntian and the others to be extremely respectful. As for the people carrying the imperial concubine bed, they were astonishingly 4 Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators. This senior, just who is he? What they saw in front of them was undoubtedly difficult for Lu Yi and Li Baxian to understand, while Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng were also full of doubts. Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly sounded. "Is there another newcomer?" The voice came from the imperial concubine's bed, languid and sweet, making those who heard it feel as if an invisible hand was tugging at their heartstrings. As this voice sounded, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable desire welled up in his heart. Along with this voice, it was not just the heartbeat, but also the relaxation of one's mind. Although it was impossible to see what the woman on the bed looked like, just listening to her voice gave off an extremely warm feeling, making one want to be completely immersed in it. Lu Ye's heart was on high alert, and Li Baxian beside him also noticed that something was wrong. His sword-like brow furrowed as his eyes filled with vigilance. Looking at Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang over there, Li Baxian's expression became even more dignified, because at this moment both of them had blurred eyes as they stared at the figure on the imperial concubine's bed. Their eyes filled with a fiery look. Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were much stronger than Lu Yi and Xiaoliang, and both of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so logically speaking, it was impossible for them to be so weak. However, both of them were seriously injured and had consumed a lot of spirit qi and concentration, so their performance at this moment was much worse than Lu Yi and Xiaoliang. Zhou Yuntian respectfully replied, reporting to Senior, "These 4 fellow Taoists seem to have some grievances and were fighting here. We have already stopped them." On the fragrant imperial concubine couch, the lazy voice sounded again. "These 2 9th Order realms aren't bad." Then, Lu Yi felt someone's gaze pass through the curtain and land on him. "These 2 are a little lacking." Zhou Yuntian immediately said, "Senior, one of these 2 is fellow Taoist Li Baxian, a legend of the Spirit Stream battlefield. Although his cultivation isn't high, his potential is limitless. If he can break through to the 9th Order Cloud River realm in the future, he will be able to help Senior achieve his long-cherished wish. As for the one beside him, Subordinate doesn't recognize him, but since he can accompany Li Baxian, he can't be mediocre. If that's the case," His Honor lightly muttered, seemingly thinking about something. Very quickly he made a decision. "Then let's bring them all back." "Yes." The conversation between Zhou Yuntian and His Honor was transmitted into Lu Ye's ears, causing Lu Ye's mood to become indescribably heavy. Previously, Lu Yi only felt that the situation was somewhat strange, and there were many things that were hard to understand. But right now, there were even more things that were hard to understand, because Zhou Yuntian, a mere 9th Order cultivator, actually claimed to be a subordinate in front of that venerable. This venerable. Who exactly was she? From the looks of the situation, it wasn't just Zhou Yuntian, but all the cultivators here were subordinates of that venerable. What kind of magical means did she have to make so many proud and arrogant cultivators follow her orders? Suddenly, a large amount of pink mist spread out from the imperial concubine's bed and swept towards Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed down on the mountain coiling saber, his spirit energy surging, while Li Baxian's flying swords were also hovering around him. However, before the 2 of them could do anything, auras from all directions firmly locked onto them, causing their movements to instantly freeze. Zhou Yuntian said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please don't be impatient. His honor has no ill intentions towards you. He just wants to invite you back as guests." Although his words were pleasant to hear, if Li Baxian and Lu Yi really dared to resist, they would definitely be suppressed by these people. In such a situation, how could the two of them be opponents? Even escaping would be an extravagant hope. Lu Yi and Li Baxian looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This time, they really were meat on someone's chopping block. The pink mist swept over and enveloped a large area. The mist was filled with the intoxicating fragrance that they smelled before. Lu Yi immediately noticed the abnormality in his talent tree. He immersed his divine sense into it and saw a gray mist ignite on his talent tree. This pink mist was poisonous, but the toxicity wasn't too strong, so the talent tree didn't react much. Just as he was about to urge his spirit energy to protect himself, Zhou Yuntian's voice sounded again. "Fellow Taoists, please don't resist." His voice wasn't as gentle as before and was now a bit colder. Clearly, if Lu Yi and the others resisted, these people would take action to suppress them. Lu Yi quietly stood in place, guessing what the pink mist was for. The toxicity wasn't strong, so these people clearly didn't have any intention of killing them. Since they didn't want to kill them and said they wanted to invite them back as guests, then the use of this mist, Lu Yi turned his head to look, only to see Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng suddenly slump to the ground, unconscious. Li Baxian, who was beside him, also staggered and then fell to the ground. Immediately after Li Baxian, Lu Yi directly fell to the ground. Even Hu Pe, who was squatting on his shoulder, also fell into a deep sleep. "Bring all of them back." His honor's soft voice sounded once again. "Yes," Zhou Yuntian replied. Immediately after, Lu Yi felt someone grab him by the clothes around his waist and lift him up. Like the wind and lightning, he quietly opened his eyes and looked around. He saw that Hu Po was also being held in the other hand of the person who was lifting him. They went all the way to the depths of Taimong Mountain, and only after about half an hour did they show signs of descending. Lu Yi pretended to be unconscious and didn't dare to open his eyes. He didn't know where exactly he was, but he heard many people greeting him, and there were also many powerful life fluctuations around him. There seemed to be a lot of cultivators gathered here. The sound of a door being pushed open sounded, and a moment later, Lu Yi felt himself being brought into a room and placed on a bed. Immediately after, Zhou Yuntian's voice sounded, "You all go rest. I'll stay here and keep watch." Someone replied, "Then we'll have to trouble Brother Zhou. It's a small matter." The others retreated one after another, leaving only Zhou Yuntian here to keep watch. Lu Yi laid down motionlessly and calmly sensed his surroundings. He could hear several, even breathing sounds around him. Presumably, it was Li Baxian and others who were unconscious. After waiting for a moment, the door was pushed open again, and that Zhou Yuntian respectfully said, "Your Honor." A fragrant wind blew over. It was the same intoxicating fragrance that Lu Yi smelled before. Then, Lu Yi felt that his honor was standing not far away from him. He didn't know what his honor was busy with, but Lu Yi clearly felt a strange energy fluctuation. A moment later, a soft, muffled groan sounded. That sound seemed to be coming from Xiaoliang. His honor moved his feet, and that strange energy fluctuated again. A moment later, another muffled groan sounded, and this time it was Tan Sheng's voice. He wasn't killing people because Lu Yi could sense that Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were still alive. This made him very curious what kind of method his honor was using. Very soon, it was Li Baxian's turn, and just like the previous two, he also let out a muffled groan. The fragrance lingering around the tip of Lu Yi's nose became a lot richer, and Lu Yi felt that his honor had already walked to his side. In the next moment, 2 warm and soft fingers were placed on his forehead. That strange energy fluctuated again, and Lu Yi instantly felt that his mind was slightly impacted. Immediately after, something inexplicable seemed to have appeared in his mind. Involuntarily, he also let out a muffled groan. After that, his honor's voice was filled with traces of weakness as he instructed Zhou Yuntian, "When they wake up, have them wash up and bring them to see me. They stink so bad." Zhou Yuntian's voice was filled with a trace of weakness. "Yes." Zhou Yuntian replied respectfully. The sound of footsteps quickly faded away. It was clear that his honor had left. At this time, Lu Yi was immersed in inspecting his talent tree. While inspecting, a large amount of gray mist ignited on the talent tree. But very soon, the gray mist completely disappeared, and the talent tree also returned to normal. Just what kind of inexplicable method did his honor use on me? Lu Yi recalled what happened just now. When his honor used that method, his mind was obviously impacted greatly, and something inexplicable seemed to have appeared in his mind. It shouldn't be poison, but for the talent tree to have a reaction, it means that it is something that has invaded my body and is harmful to me. Thus, no matter what it is, it has already been burned clean by the talent tree, and I won't be affected at all. I have the talent tree, but fourth senior brother doesn't. In other words, no matter what kind of method his honor used, fourth senior brother has already been affected. Not only fourth senior brother was affected, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were affected as well. I have to be a bit more careful when I go back if my performance is different from fourth senior brother and the others. It is very likely that I will be exposed. Just when he was thinking about this, suddenly footsteps sounded out, and soon after someone said, "Brother Zhou, I heard that Li Baxian is here?" Zhou Yuntian, who was left behind to guard the talent tree, said with a smile, "You guys sure are well informed. We have just returned, and you guys have already heard about it?" The person who spoke said, "Brother Zhao, did you guys say that Li Baxian is here?" "Isn't that right?" The next moment, Lu Yi felt a lot of people gather around him, and one after another, voices rang out. "It really is Li Baxian. Brother Zhou has made a great contribution this time, being able to gather such a talent for his honor. He will definitely be rewarded. It is our honor to be able to serve his honor. There is no need for any reward." "Yes, yes, yes. But I heard that Li Baxian is only at the 5th order Cloud River realm now. Isn't his cultivation a bit low?" "Low cultivation doesn't mean anything right now. He is Li Baxian. If he's allowed to grow to the 9th order, none of us will be his opponent." Chapter 573. Lu Yi had long known of his fourth senior brother's fame, and this time he truly felt it. Strictly speaking, they were now considered captives, but even so, Li Baxian's arrival had attracted many cultivators who had heard of him for a long time. In contrast, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang, whose cultivation bases were higher than Li Baxian's, were ignored. The group chattered for a long time before Zhou Yuntian said, all right, his honor has already planted a secret technique in them, so they'll all be on the same side in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities to communicate, so let's disperse." The noisy crowd left one after another. Zhou Yuntian closed the door and quietly guarded the room. Only the steady breathing of the unconscious cultivators could be heard in the room. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Judging from his honor's actions and the meaning of Zhou Yuntian's words, his honor had indeed planted some kind of secret technique on them. He more or less understood how his honor had controlled these cultivators. It was because of that unique secret technique. Thinking back to what he had felt before, Lu Yi was shocked because from what he had felt just now, the secret technique his honor had used was very likely related to the soul. When his honor had used the secret technique, he had felt some impact on his mind, and many inexplicable things had appeared in his mind. However, because his innate skill tree could burn things that had invaded his body and were harmful to him, he was not affected by the secret technique, which made it difficult for him to detect the specific effects of the secret technique. But a secret technique of the soul. Was that possible? That was a skill that could only be performed by Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Only those who had reached the spirit sea realm were qualified to use things related to the spirit. Everyone had a soul, and as their cultivation increased, their soul would also grow stronger. However, before reaching the divine sea realm, cultivators were unable to actively use the power of their soul, let alone use a secret technique of the soul. Take Lu Yi, for example. Because he had refined a lot of soul-cleansing water, his soul was much stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation level, so his mind was more stable. When faced with situations that impacted his mind or soul, he had a natural advantage. For example, if an ordinary cloud river tier cultivator were to die in the Mirage realm, they would definitely have a headache for 1 or 2 days. However, Lu Yi would recover very quickly. This was the benefit of having a powerful soul, but even so, he did not have the ability to activate his own soul power. His cultivation base was still far from that level. However, his honor was able to use a divine soul secret technique. It was also because of that soul secret technique that Her Excellency was able to control so many cultivators under her command, making those cultivators treat her with great respect and even worship her. Lu Yi was getting more and more curious about the identity of the Venerable One. Could it be that some divine ocean realm cultivator had forced his way into the Cloudy River battlefield? But that didn't seem right either. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, powerful cultivators could use their merit points to force their way in. He had never heard of such a thing happening on the Cloud River battlefield. The cultivators who could enter the Cloudy River battlefield had always been at the Cloudy River tier. Furthermore, even if a divine sea realm cultivator were to force their way into the Cloud River battlefield, they would still be suppressed by the balance of the heavens. If they were to move here, they would not be able to use the soul secret technique. More importantly, why would a divine sea realm cultivator come here and use the soul secret technique to control a group of Cloudy River tier cultivators? It couldn't be a child's play. Thinking about it this way, Lu Yi felt that the Venerable One was most likely not a divine sea realm cultivator. The more he thought about it, the more he did not understand. Lu Yi simply stopped thinking about it. He was in an awkward situation. He could use his talent tree to dispel the effects of the soul secret technique, but his 4th senior brother could not. Now that he was trapped here, although there was no danger for the time being, the Venerable One had gathered so many cultivators under her command. Her scheme was definitely not small. Who knew when danger would descend? He made up his mind. He definitely could not reveal that he had dispelled the soul secret technique. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He waited quietly. About 2 hours later, the people around him woke up one after another and sat up. Lu Yi also opened his eyes and sat up straight. Just as he was about to observe the reaction of his 4th senior brother and imitate him, he suddenly felt an impact of spiritual energy, followed by the sound of swords. Accompanied by the shouts of Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang, the scene instantly became a mess. It was Li Baxian who saw Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang next to him and brazenly attacked. Lu Yi also hurriedly pulled out his mountain coiling saber. Spiritual power surged around his body and flames wrapped around the saber. "Stop!" Zhou Yuntian, who had been guarding here all this time, had a change in expression. He rushed over in a flash, his powerful 9th order cultivation clearly displayed. The 4 figures were all pushed aside. Zhou Yuntian's face was filled with anger. He looked around at the 4 people who were hostile to each other and coldly said, "I don't care what kind of deep grudges you have before, nor do I care which camp you come from. Since you are here, you are family from now on. Don't mention any grievances." When he first appeared, he also said something similar, but at that time, no one took his words seriously. Now that he said it again, Lu Yi naturally ignored him. But when he looked at Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng's pale faces, he found that they both had awkward expressions. Turning his head, even Li Baxian's brow furrowed. Zhou Yuntian coldly said, "What Senior hates the most is to see his own family fight. This is the first time. You didn't understand the rules, so that's understandable. But if you do it again, there will be no mercy." Pausing for a moment, he shouted, "These are the rules set by Senior. Everyone must abide by them." As soon as these words came out, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang both showed looks of panic. Withdrawing their auras, they lowered their heads, slightly, yes. Li Baxuan also put away his flying sword and nodded. Understood. The word senior seemed to have some kind of magical power to them at this moment, making them obedient. Zhou Yuntian coldly said, "Since you understand, then make peace. I hope you can really coexist like brothers in the future." Xiaoliang was silent for a moment before cupping his fists to Lu Yi and Li Baxuan. "I have offended you many times before. Please forgive me." Li Baxuan politely returned the gesture. "Brother Xia is too serious. There is no need to mention the past. In the future, we will all be subordinates of Senior, so I hope Brother Xia and Brother Ten can take care of us." Of course, of course." Lu Yi stood to the side and watched coldly with a heavy heart. Only now did he realize how terrifying that soul secret technique was. No matter what it was enough to distort a person's mind. Zhou Yuntian smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. Since you are here, you will be a family from now on. A family. Come with me. Senior wants to see you. But before that, you have to wash up and change your clothes." Saying so, he turned around and left. Lu Yi and the others quickly followed. Walking out of the house, Lu Yi looked around and saw that this place should be a valley. The scenery was not as beautiful as Return to Heaven Valley, and the area was not large. However, there were all kinds of buildings in the valley, and there were many traces of cultivators coming and going. The climate in the valley was pleasant, and there were many peach trees planted here. At this time it was the season of peach blossoms, and pink peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the air with the fragrance of peach blossoms. As Zhou Yuntian walked forward, they met cultivators from time to time, and some of them even curiously looked at Lu Yi and the others. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of pool. The water in the pool was flowing, so clear that one could see the bottom. Under Zhou Yuntian's instructions, the four took off their clothes and entered the pool to wash their bodies. Lu Yi never expected that the four people who were fighting to the death before would be happily living together in the same pool. Moreover, Li Baxuan, Tan Sheng, and Xiaoliang were talking and laughing, as if everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang's injuries were very serious. After all, they were besieged by a pack of wolves and were able to survive because they were strong enough. In the end, if they had not escaped in time, they would have died in the spiritual land. Not long after, the four finished bathing and put on their clothes. Lu Yi and Li Baxuan looked refreshed, while Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng's faces were still pale. The injuries the two of them had suffered before would not be healed without a period of recuperation. Everything was ready, and under Zhou Yuntian's lead, they went deeper into the valley. They stopped in front of a large hall. There was a woman standing quietly at the entrance of the hall. She was tall and beautiful, and her beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars. Her gaze swept across Lu Yi and the others, and soon fixed on Li Baxuan. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Is he Li Baxuan?" Zhou Yuntian smiled and replied, "Yes, he is Li Baxuan." The woman looked at Li Baxuan from head to toe and nodded slightly, just like the rumors, handsome and dignified. Li Baxuan smiled and bowed. "Fellow Taoist is too kind." The woman covered her mouth and smiled. "I thought Li Baxuan was an arrogant and cold person, but I misunderstood. Fellow Taoist Li, I am also a sword cultivator. If you have time, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Li for advice." Li Baxuan said, "I wouldn't dare to give advice. Fellow Taoist cultivation is far above mine. You should be the one giving me advice." The woman wanted to say something, but Zhou Yuntian coughed lightly. "Junior Sister Yu, His Excellency is waiting for them." The woman surnamed Yu's expression immediately became serious, and she moved aside. "Bring them in." Zhou Yuntian nodded slightly and led Lu Yi and the others to the front of the hall and shouted, "Zhou Yuntian requests an audience with His Excellency. I have brought the newcomers. Come in." His Excellency's unique, lazy voice came from inside the hall. Only then did Zhou Yuntian step forward and push open the door and led Lu Yi and the others into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, the tip of their nose smelled a unique and intoxicating fragrance. The furnishings in the hall were pink, and even the interior of the hall was filled with a pink aura, giving off a hazy and ambiguous feeling. At the top of the hall there was a low couch. On the low couch, a graceful figure was lazily lying on her side. Beside her, there were a few women who were either squatting or standing. Some were gently fanning her with a fan. Some were massaging her legs and shoulders, and some were peeling berries and feeding them to her. The figure lying on the low couch was undoubtedly His Excellency. Chapter 574. In the main hall, Zhou Yuntian led Lu Ye's group forward and stood 5 meters away from the couch. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Zhou Yuntian greets Senior, the newcomer has been brought." Saying so, he turned his head and gave Lu Ye's group a meaningful glance. Li Baxian and the other two hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Lu Yi also followed suit and said in unison, "Greetings, Senior." The lazy voice sounded again. Lu Yi secretly raised his eyes to look, and when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although this senior had appeared in the mountain forest before, there was a curtain separating them at that time. So Lu Yi didn't know what the other party looked like. He only knew that the other party was a woman. At this moment, without the curtain separating them, he could naturally see the other party's face clearly. To be honest, since cultivating until now, Lu Yi had seen many women, and many of them had outstanding appearances. Among female cultivators, there were no particularly ugly ones. Most of them had delicate features. At the very least, they were of average appearance, and there were also quite a few who were peerless beauties. The main reason was naturally that cultivators had spirit qi, which could preserve their beauty. But Lu Yi had never seen such a beautiful face. There was almost no flaw on that face. It was so perfect that it didn't seem to belong to this world. It wasn't that kind of flawless beauty, but a kind of indescribable flirtatiousness, especially the small mole under the corner of the other party's eye. It added a different kind of charm. Such a face undoubtedly had a great visual impact on the men in the world. Coupled with the extremely revealing clothes on the upper body, a large amount of snow-white skin was exposed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was offensive to public morals, and it made people's blood boil. This kind of appearance, this kind of figure, even if she didn't rely on the mysterious soul secret technique, she was qualified to control most men in the world, making them willing to sell their lives for her. What made Lu Yi particularly concerned was not her appearance, but the aura coming from her body. He had already felt that the aura of the senior was a little strange before, and now it was even clearer. The power flowing in her body was not the same as normal spirit qi. It was more like demonic qi. Lu Yi and Hoopa spent a lot of time together, so his perception of demonic qi was still very sharp. If that's the case, then this His Honor isn't a human but a demon? Moreover, she was definitely one of those demonic beasts that possess some special abilities. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to be able to unleash a secret technique that could control a cultivator's divine sense as a cloud river tier cultivator. This explained everything. Orthodox cultivators didn't have the ability to use divine sense secret techniques in the cloud river tier, but beasts were different. Some powerful beasts were born with abilities that ordinary people couldn't match. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, His Honor's bewitching beautiful eyes swept over. When His Honor's eyes met Lu Ye's eyes, the corners of His Honor's mouth slightly curled up and revealed a playful smile. She had seen such gazes many times before, so she was not surprised, but Lu Ye's boldness did surprise her. Because of her soul's secret technique, basically everyone who saw her for the first time would be in awe. Even a cultivator like Zhou Yuntian, who had followed her for many years, only dared to sneak a peek at her occasionally. He had never dared to stare at her so openly. Lu Yi was the first person to stare at her like this during their first meeting. When their eyes met, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, because His Honor's pair of beautiful eyes gave him a feeling that they had turned into a bottomless abyss, causing his consciousness to sink uncontrollably. Shocked, Lu Yi hurriedly lowered his head. "Oh!" His Honor let out a surprised sound. She was a little surprised that Lu Yi could escape her gaze. She originally wanted to teach Lu Yi a little lesson, but she didn't expect that Lu Ye's mind was strong because of this. However, this was a good thing for her. The stronger the cultivators under her command were, the more power she could borrow. After giving Lu Yi a deep look, she no longer paid any attention to him. "Everyone, introduce yourselves," His Honor said lazily. Zhou Yuntian whispered from the side. "His Honor wants to understand your strength. If you have any special abilities, tell her everything. Don't hide anything. Brother Xia, let's start with you." Xiaoliang immediately cupped his fists and shouted. Wild Blade Sec Xiaoliang, 9th Order Cloud River Realm, Armament Cultivator. As for special abilities, this Xia's heart is the saber. I have no other abilities. Zhou Yuntian explained, "His Honor, Wild Blade Sect is a first-grade sect. Brother Xia was once in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list. His 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivation isn't something an ordinary 9th Order Realm cultivator can compare to." "Correct," His Honor said indifferently. Zhou Yuntian reminded, "Brother Tan." Tan Sheng hurriedly said, "New Moon Sect's Tan Sheng, 9th Order Cloud River Realm, Armament Cultivator." Zhou Yuntian continued, "Brother Tan was once in the Spirit Stream list. New Moon Sect is a third-grade sect. In the entire 9 continents, it can be considered a big sect." His Honor didn't say anything. Obviously, he wasn't as interested in Tansheng as Xiaoliang. When it was Li Baxian's turn, he said, "Pill Heart Sect's Li Baxian, 5th Order Cloud River Realm, Sword Cultivator." Zhou Yuntian said, "In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Li Baxian was a legendary figure. He was also the only person who was able to occupy the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list with a Heaven 8th Order cultivation for more than 10 years. I heard that Brother Li's spirit aperture was broken in a fight with someone. Now that he has reached the Cloud River realm, Brother Li's spirit aperture must have been repaired, right?" "Yes. Fortunately, little junior brother spent a huge amount of money to buy an aperture supplement pill. The broken spirit aperture has been repaired. Congratulations, His Honor! Although Brother Li's current cultivation isn't high in terms of potential, none of us can compare to him. Furthermore, he is a sword cultivator. If he can reach the 9th Order Cloud River realm in the future, he will definitely be a first-class master. Very good." His Honor's voice was filled with joy. "When you return, give him some cultivation items. Let him cultivate well and work hard to improve his cultivation." Zhou Yuntian immediately turned to Li Baxian. "Why aren't you thanking His Honor for the reward?" Li Baxian immediately said, "Thank you, Honor." Zhou Yuntian looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi also cupped his fists and said, "Blue Blood Sect's Lu Yi, 4th Order Cloud River Realm, Weapon Cultivator." After a pause, he said, "Subordinate is proficient in the Tao of Spirit Runes, the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and also knows a thing or two about the Tao of Spirit Runes." Zhou Yuntian had said before that if Lu Yi had any special skills, he should tell him everything and not hide anything. Although Lu Yi didn't want to say these things were known to everyone, including Xiaoliang and Tansheng. So, even if he didn't want to, he had to say it to avoid any clues. Zhou Yuntian was stunned. Brother Lu has cultivated so many sects. "I have dabbled a little," Lu Yi said modestly. "Amazing, amazing." Zhou Yuntian revealed a happy look. "Honor, we are lacking such talents right now. especially in the Tao of spirit arrays. Brother Xie has been complaining that he doesn't have anyone he can use. I think we can send Brother Lu to Brother Xie's side to assist him. You can decide on this matter yourself. There is no need to ask me, His Honor replied faintly. Yes. I'm tired. All of you can leave. His Honor waved his hand. Zhou Yuntian immediately said respectfully, Subordinate will take his leave. After saying this, he gave Lu Yi and the others a look, led them to bow and leave. After leaving the main hall, they followed Zhou Yuntian and soon arrived at the side of the valley. There were many loft-like buildings standing there, and the distance between each building was about 100 feet. In total, there were about 100 or so buildings. Zhou Yuntian said, Fellow Taoists, choose your own residence. In the future, everyone will be staying in Immortal Fox Valley. We are all family, so there is no need to be too reserved. There is only one thing that everyone needs to remember. Speaking up to here, his expression became extremely serious, and his voice also became low. After entering Immortal Fox Valley, everyone will have to cut off their past. From now on, you are all people of Immortal Fox Valley. Don't contact your masters and friends anymore, and you are not allowed to reveal the existence of Immortal Fox Valley to outsiders. If there is anyone who violates this order, kill without mercy. Yes. Lu Yi and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Apart from this, there are no rules in Immortal Fox Valley. Apart from going out to recruit talents, there is basically nothing else to do. If you want to cultivate, then cultivate. He raised his hand and pointed at the lofts. The doors on the second floor are closed, and they are all occupied. The doors are wide open, and they are all unoccupied. Feel free to do as you please. After saying this, he exchanged battlefield marks with Lu Yi and the others, telling them to contact him if there was anything, and then left. After Zhou Yuntian left, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang went together to find their own residence. Lu Yi and Li Baxian also went in the same direction. Along the way, Lu Yi observed Li Baxian's expression and found that he looked normal, and there was no sign of anything wrong. He tentatively said, Fourth Senior Brother. What about Senior Sister Feng? Zhou Yuntian said before that since they entered this Immortal Fox Valley, they must cut off all ties with their past, and they must not reveal the existence of this place to anyone. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were childhood sweethearts, and they had been cultivating and living together for so many years. Suddenly being brought here and having to cut off all ties with their past, Lu Yi wanted to know what choice Li Baxian would make. Hearing this, Li Baxian sighed. Since His Excellency has given the order, then we can only obey. Yuechan, although she will be sad, she will be fine after a long time. Lu Ye's heart turned cold, but he still said, That's true. He raised his hand and pointed at the two lofts in front of them. Senior brother, let's choose these two. You and I live closer, and it will be easier for us to look after each other. Li Baxian nodded happily. Okay. Then the two of them each chose a loft. Lu Yi chose a loft on the right, and after walking in and looking around, he found that there were traces of people living here, and there were even some things left behind. However, the original owner should not have returned for a long time, as the loft was covered in dust. He didn't know what the situation of the original owner of this loft was, but from the current situation, the original owner of this loft was most likely dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed away for so long. This so-called Immortal Fox Valley seemed to be peaceful, and everyone lived in harmony. Under His Excellency's sole secret technique, everyone was able to unite as one. But now, it seemed that this place was not so safe. Chapter 575. Moreover, the name Fox Immortal Valley caught Lu Ye's attention. He took out the 10-point map and compared it with his current location. There were no special markings on the 10-point map. In other words, the existence of this valley was not recorded on the 10-point map. In that case, the name Fox Immortal Valley was unique to the cultivators here. He had previously speculated that the senior was a monster, but it was difficult to determine what kind of monster he was unless he revealed his true form. Fox Immortal Valley was undoubtedly a good hint. A fox monster? It could be explained. Legend had it that when a fox monster took human form, the men would be handsome and the women would be seductive. However, the senior was able to use a soul-secret technique with the strength of a Cloud River realm cultivator. He was obviously not an ordinary fox monster, and most likely had some extremely special bloodline. Take Hoopoe, for example. There were countless tiger-type monster beasts in the world. But other than Hoopoe, there had never been a tiger-type monster beast that could transform into a nightmare spirit. Hoopoe had the bloodline of the white tiger, one of the 4 symbols Saint Beast, and transforming into a nightmare spirit was its innate ability. No matter what, the senior was not easy to deal with. Now that he was in Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi had the innate skill tree and was not affected by the senior's secret technique. However, Li Baxian's mind was controlled and he was dead set on following the senior. Lu Yi could not take him away. Even Feng Yuechan, who had lived with him for many years, could be seen how overbearing the soul secret technique was. If Lu Yi forcefully took Li Baxian away, he would only expose the fact that he could not be controlled. At that time, all the cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley would come after him. There were as many masters here as there were clouds in Cloud River Realm. 8th or 9th order cultivators were everywhere. If he really went that far, the consequences would be unpredictable. He secretly rejoiced that Feng Yuechan had stayed behind to take care of Giant Armor when it was injured. If she had followed him, they would definitely be wiped out. Now that Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor were still in the Spirit Land, Lu Yi at least had a backup and would not be alone. There was a place called Immortal Fox Valley in the Cloud River battlefield that had never been discovered by anyone before. Firstly, this place was located in the depths of the Great Mang Mountains. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach this place. Secondly, it was because of the rules of Immortal Fox Valley. All cultivators who entered this place had to sever their past. Under the Supreme One's secret soul technique, no one would be able to spread the news of this place. In this way, even if a cultivator went missing for a long time and couldn't be contacted, his sect and friends wouldn't be able to find him. At most, they could only determine whether he was alive or dead through the battlefield imprint. If Lu Yi wanted to take Li Baxian away from this place, he would have to first break the divine sense secret technique that His Excellency had planted. Otherwise, Li Baxian would not obediently submit. However, divine sense secret techniques involve the power of one's divine sense. So how could Lu Yi, who was only at the Cloud River tier, possibly break them? Unless his honor dispels the secret technique himself, that would be impossible as well. Or kill her. In comparison, killing her was the only feasible option. No matter how strong she was only at the Cloud River tier. And from what he saw of her today, she was not an overlord-level existence. In other words, her strength was at most at the peak of the Cloud River tier. Thus, although killing her was difficult, it was not impossible. The difficult part was how to deal with the cultivators of Immortal Fox Valley. Lu Yi wasn't too sure how many cultivators were gathered here, but from the moment he met Zhou Yuntian, he had seen more than 30 cultivators. And this was only what he had seen, so there were definitely many more that he had not seen. What did this fox spirit want to do by gathering so many cultivators? After pondering for a long time, Lu Yi had a vague plan in his heart. No matter what, it was not wrong to first investigate the strength of Immortal Fox Valley. Only after he understood everything about Immortal Fox Valley could he deal with the current situation more effectively. He had to first contact Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor. He and Li Baxian had chased after Xiaoliang and Tansheng, and there had been no news of them for so long. Presumably, Feng Yuechan was already anxious. Li Baxian could not send a message to reply, so he could only contact her himself. Moreover, when he pretended to be unconscious, he had already received a message. but it was inconvenient for him to check it. If he guessed correctly, it should be Feng Yuechan. Raising his hand to tap on the battlefield imprint, Lu Yi calmly checked it. Sure enough, it was Feng Yuechan who had sent a message. Moreover, there were several messages asking about his and Li Baxian's situation. Senior Sister Feng. Almost as soon as the message was sent, Feng Yuechan replied. Clearly, she had been waiting. Junior brother Lu, you finally replied. How's the situation over there? Are you injured? Where's my senior brother? Why hasn't he replied to my message? Through the battlefield imprint, Feng Yuechan could confirm that Lu Yi and Li Baxian were still alive, but they had not replied, so she could not help but have a bad feeling. Senior brother and I are safe and sound, you don't have to worry. However, we've encountered some things over here, so I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the spiritual land for a while. Where are you? I'll come and find you. You can't come. Lu Yi hurriedly refused, and then told Feng Yuechan about what happened to him and Li Baxian, telling her about their current situation. Feng Yuechan was obviously greatly shocked. You're saying that senior brother's mind has been controlled by a fox demon? That's just my guess. I haven't seen her in person, so I can't say for sure. However, it's true that his mind has been controlled. Senior brother's current behavior is no different from usual. The only thing is that he is affected by the soul secret technique and obeys the fox demon's orders. I can't force him to leave. Damned beast! Feng Yuechan cursed. Although she was curious as to why Lu Yi was not affected by the soul secret technique, she did not ask. After all, if Lu Yi was really affected, he would not be talking to her about these things. That fox demon has a rule. Once you enter Fox Immortal Valley, you must cut off your past. So, senior sister Feng, if you send a message to senior brother will not reply to you. However, to avoid being exposed, please pretend that you don't know and continue to contact senior brother. I understand, Feng Yuechan replied. Soon, she sent another message. After hearing what you said, I remember something. A few years ago, a Cloud River Realm cultivator from Pale Heart sect went missing in Mount Taimong. Although he was confirmed to be alive through the battlefield imprint, no matter who sent the message, there was no reply. The sect thought that he had encountered an accident. Although they sent people into Mount Taimong to search for him many times, they found nothing. Now, it seems that the missing person has most likely fallen into Fox Immortal Valley. What's that person's name? Lu Yi hurriedly asked. If that was the case, that person was definitely still in Fox Immortal Valley. He's already dead. A year after he went missing, the battlefield imprint disappeared. Lu Ye's heart turned cold. He was even more certain that Fox Immortal Valley was not a peaceful place. Moreover, judging from the situation in Fox Immortal Valley, Pale Heart sect was not the only sect that had lost cultivators. However, because there was no way to contact the missing cultivators, the situation in Fox Immortal Valley had never been exposed. Although Lu Yi did not know how many cultivators had wandered into Fox Immortal Valley, it was definitely not a small number. There were only a total of 100 pavilions that could be used for living. Even if each person occupied a pavilion, there would only be slightly more than 100 people. Where did all the cultivators go? There should be some dangers that he had never seen before. Junior brother Lu, you must be careful over there. Take good care of your senior brother. If there are any abnormalities, you must send me a message. I know. Don't worry, senior sister Feng. By the way, how's Giant Armor's condition? Junior brother Giant Armor's physique is strong. His injuries are not serious, but they look a little scary. He's fine now. That's good. He exchanged a few more words with Feng Yuechan before ending the transmission. Sitting upright on the bed, Lu Ye's eyes flickered. If he wanted to kill that fox demon, it was not enough to rely on his strength alone. Perhaps he could get Feng Yuechan to contact some people and have them be on standby at the spiritual land? However, Lu Yi quickly dismissed this idea. There were quite a number of cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley. If he really wanted to contact some helpers, he did not know how many would be needed. Furthermore, there was a wolf pack at the spiritual land. When the time came, he only had to get Feng Yuechan and giant armor to bring the wolf pack out. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of finding any helpers. Therefore, what he had to do was to integrate into Fox Immortal Valley as much as possible and find out the strength of Fox Immortal Valley, especially the strength of that fox demon. If he wanted to kill her, he had to at least figure out how capable she was. After making up his mind, Lu Yi stood up and began to tidy up his house. There were many things left behind by the original owner here, so he naturally had to clean them up. After tidying up quickly, Lu Yi walked out of the small building and set up some simple formations outside. He also went to Li Baxian's residence next door and set up some formations for him as well. The night passed peacefully as he cultivated. The next day, while Lu Yi was cultivating, he heard the conversation between Li Baxian and Zhou Yuntian from the small building next door. Zhou Yuntian was here to deliver a reward. When he met the fox demon yesterday, the fox demon undoubtedly valued Li Baxian's talent very highly and specifically ordered Zhou Yuntian to reward him with some cultivation resources. Zhou Yuntian naturally did not dare to disobey the fox demon's orders. Lu Yi did not know what he had sent, but since it was cultivation resources, it should be either spirit stones or spirit pills. Not long after, Zhou Yuntian walked out from Li Baxian's place and went straight to Lu Ye's place. He called out, "Fellow Taoist Lu, are you here?" Lu Yi stood up and walked out of his room. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian chuckled and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you used to living here?" Lu Yi replied, "It's quiet and empty to my liking." "That's good." Zhou Yuntian nodded and did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "You said yesterday that you have some attainments in formations." "That's right. But what kind of formations do I need to set up?" "That's not it. It's just that although there are many fellow Taoists in the valley, the only one who cultivates formations is fellow Taoist Xie. So, all the formations in the valley are under his charge. Since fellow Taoist Lu has some attainments in formations, His Honor wants you to be fellow Taoist Xie's assistant and help him maintain the formations." Lu Yi naturally would not refuse this kind of thing. He could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the situation in Fox Immortal Valley. He nodded, "All right." Chapter 576. The fellow Xie that Zhou Yuntian mentioned was called Xie Yunhan. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He wasn't tall and had a thin figure. He was a Cloud River 7th Order cultivator. Such a cultivation at such a young age undoubtedly meant one thing. Xie Yunhan's cultivation aptitude was not high. It could even be said that he was very poor. There was a special existence in the Spirit Stream battlefield. They were known as Veteran 9th Order cultivators. They were limited by their aptitude. After opening 180 spirit apertures, it was difficult for their cultivation to progress. The minimum requirement for a cultivator to break through to the Cloud River realm was to open 240 spirit apertures and switch to a heaven-grade secret art. Therefore, these Veteran 9th Order cultivators were unable to break through to the Cloud River realm and could only waste their time in the 9th Order. Generally speaking, although there would not be any stagnant cultivators like Veteran 9th Order cultivators on the Cloud River battlefield, there were still some middle-aged faces. However, there were not many of them. Xie Yunhan was undoubtedly one of them. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, he was the oldest, but his cultivation was not the highest. Under Zhou Yuntian's lead, Lu Yi met Xie Yunhan and they got to know each other. After learning that Lu Yi cultivated the Tao of Arrays and was arranged to be his assistant, Xie Yunhan was undoubtedly very happy. There were so many people in Fox Immortal Valley, but he was the only array cultivator. He had to arrange and maintain all the spirit arrays by himself. He was so busy every day that he was mentally and physically exhausted. If not for this, his cultivation would not only be at the Cloud River 7th Order. Lu Yi even met some white-haired old men. They were all cultivators who were unable to open more spirit apertures because of their lack of aptitude. On the battlefield of the Cloud River, there were very few cultivators who were very old. This was because the cultivation of Cloud River tier cultivators could rely on things like spirit lots to rapidly increase their cultivation level. As long as a cultivator's luck was not too bad and his personality was too lazy, his cultivation level would always be able to increase bit by bit. However, it did not mean that it did not exist. Everyone's aptitude was different, so their cultivation speed was naturally different. Lu Yi nodded, naturally. Xie Yunhan waved his hand. Follow me. Saying so, he led the way. Search, soon. They arrived at a corner of Fox Immortal Valley. Xie Yunhan pointed ahead and said, There's a trapping formation here, but it's been set up for some time. I'm preparing to change its location. Fellow Taoist Lu, I'll have to trouble you to remove this trapping formation. Fellow Taoist Xie, I'll leave fellow Taoist Lu to you. He's new here, so there are many things he doesn't understand. You'll have to help him, Zhou Yuntian said. Xie Yunhan said, Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou. After Zhou Yuntian left, Xie Yunhan looked Lu Yi up and down. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. Obviously, he welcomed Lu Ye's arrival. He said, Fellow Taoist Lu, I want to test your attainments in the Tao of Arrays. You won't mind, right? The method used to set up this trap array was not exquisite, and the strength of the entire array was not high. Even if he accidentally entered it and got trapped, he could still break it with brute force within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. With his current attainments in the array Tao, it would be a piece of cake for him to dispel this array formation. He pondered for a moment, pondering whether he should reveal his true abilities or hide his true abilities. All right. Lu Yi nodded and stepped forward. With the enhancement of his insight spirit inscriptions, he observed the array formation in front of him. Breaking arrays was something he was very familiar with. It was even easier than setting up an array. After a few breaths, he came up with a plan. He was just a fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If it wasn't for his special abilities, the Fox Demon might not even look at him. If he wanted to kill the Fox Demon, he would have to gain her trust and respect. Compared to that, the possibility of attracting Xie Yunhan's jealousy was nothing. After making up his mind, Lu Yi immediately got to work. If he revealed his true abilities, he might attract Xie Yunhan's disgust and jealousy. After all, he was the only array cultivator in the entire Fox Immortal Valley and was highly regarded by the Fox Demon. Once he showed that his attainments in the Tao of Arrays were higher than Xie Yunhan's treatment would definitely not be as good as before. But this way, he could take advantage of the situation and make the Fox Demon value him more and entrust him with important tasks. This would also make it easier for him to take action in the future. When he met the Fox Demon yesterday, she was obviously the most interested in Li Baxian because Li Baxian was famous and had great potential. Next was Xiao Liang because Xiao Liang was the strongest. Looking at the leopard through a tube, Xie Yunhan vaguely sensed that Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were not trivial. However, he could not see much from just one array. Xie Yunhan immediately led him around the Fox Immortal Valley. Some arrays needed to be removed, some needed to be strengthened and maintained, and some places needed to be rearranged. Under Xie Yunhan's instructions, Lu Yi meticulously and quickly completed one task after another. In just 20 breaths, the trapping array was perfectly broken and the array flags were retrieved one by one. Xie Yunhan was stunned and amazed. Fellow cultivator Lu's attainments in the Tao of Arrays seemed to be very high. Although this array was arranged by him in all fairness, even if he did it himself, his efficiency might not be as fast as Lu Ye's. Xie Yunhan did not show any jealousy or disgust as Lu Yi expected. Instead, he was very happy. He pulled Lu Ye's arm and said, I've stolen half a day of leisure. Fellow cultivator Lu, come, accompany me for a drink. Lu Yi naturally would not refuse. He could take this opportunity to improve their relationship and learn more about the situation in the Fox Immortal Valley from Xie Yunhan. Following Xie Yunhan to his loft, Xie Yunhan personally cooked a few dishes and dug out a jar of hidden wine from the open space behind the loft. The scheduled day's work was all completed by noon. The surprise in Xie Yunhan's eyes grew stronger. Previously, when Lu Yi was sent to assist him, he only thought that his future tasks would be easier. Now, he knew that Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of Arrays far surpassed him. It was more than easy. This was simply picking up a treasure. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. The fellow cultivator Lu, in Xie Yunhan's mouth, also became Brother Lu. Although it was the first time the two met, because of the secret technique planted by the fox demon, Xie Yunhan did not have much vigilance against Li. Basically, as Zhou Yuntian said before, as long as they entered the Fox Immortal Valley, they would be family in the future. The jar of wine was quickly finished. Xie Yunhan got up and said, "Brother Lu, wait a moment, I'll go get another jar." On the second floor of the pavilion, Xie Yunhan and Lu Yi sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Because of second senior sister, Lu Yi rarely drank. However, with his cultivation level, as long as he did not drink too much, it would not affect him much. He was not in a hurry to inquire about the situation in the Fox Immortal Valley. He just casually chatted with Xie Yunhan. Most of it was given to Li Baxian by him. He only kept a small part for himself. After all, it was useless for him to keep it. He opened the seal and poured a bowl for Xie Yunhan and half a bowl for himself. Xie Yunhan picked it up and sniffed it gently. His eyes were intoxicated. He raised his head and drank it all. Then he closed his eyes and tasted it for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "Yunzhou's jasper flower wine is still so sweet." Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Brother Xie, I have some here. You don't have to trouble yourself." Saying so, he took out several jars of different wines from his storage space. He didn't drink, but he had killed so many cultivators from the Myriad Devil's Ridge. Many of them were fond of wine, so there would always be some wine from the 9 prefectures in their storage bags. They all became his spoils of war. Xie Yunhan smiled. "Whether it's the War Province or the Cloud Province, we are family here." "Yes, Brother Xie." He drank another big bowl. "If Brother Xie likes to drink, drink more." Lu Yi raised his hand and filled his bowl again. He asked casually, "Brother Xie is from the Cloud Province?" "Yes, I am from the Cloud Province." A look of reminiscence appeared in Xie Yunhan's eyes. "Back then, I loved this jasper flower wine the most. Is Brother Lu also from the Cloud Province?" Lu Yi said, "I'm from the War Province." He really wanted to ask him what he had been busy with for the past 12 years. Why was he only at the Cloud River Realm, 7th Order? Xie Yunhan seemed to have thought of something again and could not help but sigh. It's been 12 years. Look at the people coming and going in the valley. The new generation replacing the old generation. Sigh. In this valley, is there anyone who has been here longer than Brother Xie? Lu Yi asked. Lu Yi poured the wine and said casually, "Brother Xie, I'm new here. There are many things in the valley that I don't know. Brother Xie seems to have been here for a long time. If I do anything wrong in the future, I hope Brother Xie can give me some pointers." Xie Yunhan picked up some food with his chopsticks and said proudly while eating, "Brother, don't worry. You and I work together and have similar temperaments. This Xie will take care of you in the future. I don't dare to say anything else. But no one in the valley knows the taboos of Fox Immortal Valley better than I do. After all, this Xie has been here for 12 years. 12 years, Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Since he said so, Lu Yi did not ask any more questions to avoid alerting others. He immediately raised his big bowl and said, "Brother Xie, let me toast you again." Xie Yunhan said, "Brother Xie is too polite. Cheers, cheers." They drank from noon to night. Lu Yi did not manage to find out much from Xie Yunhan. However, What he knew now verified his previous guess. In this seemingly peaceful and auspicious Fox Immortal Valley, there was definitely some invisible danger hidden within. This danger would cause a person with a higher cultivation to die faster. Xie Yunhan chuckled, shook his head, and said, "That's not true. Basically, the people who come here will only be here for 1 or 2 years at most." At this point, he suddenly sobered up a lot. He stopped talking and said in a low voice, "In any case, you and I, as formation cultivators, are indispensable talents under his honor. Therefore, our safety is guaranteed. Another point, Brother Liu, remember not to increase your cultivation too quickly." "Why is that?" Liu Yi faintly felt that he seemed to have touched on some secret. Listening to Xie Yunhan's words, it seemed that if his cultivation was raised too fast, he would encounter some danger. Xie Yunhan did not explain, and only said, "Listen to me. In these years, there have been many geniuses in the valley. Their cultivation has advanced rapidly, but so what? Now they have all turned into dust. On the contrary, this Xie has been living until today." Chapter 577. Lu Yi suspected that Xie Yunhan's cultivation was only at the 7th order on purpose. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a person who had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for 12 years to only have this level of cultivation. As the days passed, life in Fox Immortal Valley was extremely peaceful. Lu Yi had nothing else to do besides patrolling with Xie Yunhan and maintaining the spirit array. After the first few days of busyness, the following days became extremely leisurely. Almost every day, Lu Yi would contact Feng Yuchan and inform her of Li Baxian's current situation so that she didn't have to worry. In the past few days, Lu Yi had also heard a lot of news from Xie Yunhan. There were quite a number of cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, more than 80 people, and 15 of them were at the 9th Order Cloud River Realm. However, this was the deepest part of the Great Mang Mountains, and there were not many traces of cultivator activity, so there had been no newcomers joining Fox Immortal Valley recently. On this day, Lu Yi returned from drinking with Xie Yunhan and saw 2 figures crossing each other from afar, flying swords shuttling through the void. He went forward to take a look and found that Li Baxian and a woman were exchanging sword techniques. Such a huge force was comparable to the number of cultivators in a large, Grade A, spiritual land. Lu Yi had once asked Xie Yunhan indirectly why the fox demon had gathered so many cultivators. It couldn't really be a child's play. However, since it involved Fox Demon, Xie Yunhan didn't dare to say much, only saying that Lu Yi would understand in a few days. Every day, a group of cultivators from Fox Immortal Valley would go out to gather talents. The so-called gathering of talents was nothing more than searching for cultivators everywhere. Then they would have the Fox Demon knock them out and bring them back. Then they would plant a soul mystic technique on them for the Fox Demon to use. The atmosphere in Fox Immortal Valley was harmonious. Because of the soul secret technique, the cultivators from the 2 camps from all over the 9 states were like family, so this kind of sparring was naturally not prohibited. Lu Yi also went over to watch for a while, but he didn't know much about sword techniques. He only felt that the 2's flying swords shuttled back and forth as they fought. It was very beautiful. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. The woman was the one surnamed Yu who was guarding Fox Demon's bedroom. Her name seemed to be Yu Daiwei, and she was also a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. That day, she said that she was also a sword cultivator and that she would look for Li Baxian to spar when she was free. Lu Yi had been hanging out with Xie Yunhan for the past few days, but he didn't know when his 4th senior brother had a relationship with this woman. One was a 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, while the other was a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If they really fought, Li Baxian would naturally not be their match. However, the 2 of them were just exchanging pointers on their sword techniques, so they fought back and forth. The scene was very lively, and many cultivators passing by stopped to watch and point at them. Yeza's right, it was Yi Tian's was for Yeza's, was not A. Thinking of this, Lu Yi immediately walked in the direction of Xiao Yang's residence. After a while, he arrived in front of a pavilion and shouted, "Is fellow Xia here?" 3 breaths later, the window on the second floor was pushed open and Xiao Yang's face appeared. They looked at each other and Xiao Yang frowned. "What's the matter?" He practiced saber techniques, but no one had been able to teach him saber techniques because no one in the Jade Blood sect practiced saber techniques. Although he had obtained a lot of saber techniques from the Wild Saber sect, what the Wild Saber sect had given him were all very basic things. Xiao Yang was from Wild Saber sect, so his saber techniques were undoubtedly the essence of Wild Saber sect. Lu Yi felt a lot of pressure when he fought with Xiao Yang before. The angle of Xiao Yang's saber was very tricky, and even though he was heavily injured, his saber was still sharp. If he went to spar with Xiao Yang now, he wouldn't refuse, right? Maybe he could even ask him to teach him some saber techniques? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You want to ask me about saber techniques?" "Yes, I hope Brother Xia can teach me." Xiao Yang stared at him for a long time before his furrowed brows relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. "All right, the spirit secret technique planted by the fox demon only affected a person's loyalty to the fox demon. It wouldn't destroy the cultivator's character. The two had a lot of enmity before. Even if they both entered Fox Immortal Valley, it wouldn't change Xiao Yang's impression of Lu Yi. But because of the fox demon's order, he wouldn't attack Lu Yi again. Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, "I'm here to ask Brother Xia about saber techniques." Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the ground and charged toward Xiao Yang like a bolt of lightning. As he closed in on Xiao Yang, he unsheathed his Panshan saber, and a fiery red saber light slashed down. Facing this aggressive attack, Xiao Yang just raised his saber to meet it. He jumped down from the pavilion and flew forward, saying, "It's not good to fight here. Come with me." Lu Yi followed him forward and observed Xiao Yang's aura. The other party's injuries should be more or less healed. After a while, they arrived at an open space. Xiao Yang turned to look at Lu Yi and summoned his saber. His aura surged, and he said concisely, "Come, let me see what you're capable of." Fortunately, Xiao Yang didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, if he followed up with a few more attacks, Lu Yi would be crippled. That day, Lu Yi had been able to force Xiao Yang into a desperate situation, almost killing him, but that was only because Xiao Yang had been seriously injured. As a disciple of the Wild Blade sect, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list, Xiao Yang's talent could be said to be outstanding. How could the current Lu Yi compete with a Cloud River Realm 9th Order Master? Landing on the ground, Lu Yi couldn't stop himself from retreating. When he regained his balance, he rushed forward again. With a bang, Lu Yi felt a strong force coming from the front. His right hand holding the saber went numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Xiao Yang didn't move. The saber in his hand chopped down, and Lu Ye's figure was immediately sent flying. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even if Xiao Yang let him attack first, he still suffered a big loss. It would be better if Xiao Yang could give him pointers on his saber technique. However, although Xiao Yang wouldn't kill Lu Yi because of the fox demon's soul secret technique, he was still resentful of Lu Yi. It was unrealistic to ask him to give Lu Yi pointers on his saber technique. Xiao Yang only agreed to exchange pointers like this because he wanted to vent the resentment in his heart. While they were fighting, Zhou Yuntian came to Xie Yunhan's residence uninvited. Training in the Mirage world could improve one's ability to kill enemies, but how could it compare to the benefits of fighting with the most orthodox saber master like Xiao Yang? Every time they fought, every time he was repelled, Lu Yi would learn something. The angle of his opponent's saber, the timing of his attacks, the use of spirit qi. Even if Xiao Yang just wanted to teach him a lesson, Lu Yi would still benefit a lot from this fight. Lu Yi felt more and more that coming to Xiao Yang to exchange pointers was the right choice. Zhou Yuntian came to find Xie Yunhan mainly to ask about Lu Ye's situation. As the only two formation cultivators in the entire Fox Immortal Valley, Zhou Yuntian naturally had to pay more attention. Brother Xie, how is fellow Taoist Lu's attainments in formation Tao? After drinking a few cups of wine, Zhou Yuntian stated the purpose of his visit. A genius, Xie Yunhan praised generously. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, Xie Yunhan had the most seniority. He had been here for 12 years, and no one could compare to him. Similarly, he was also the oldest. However, the one who was most valued by the Fox Demon was undoubtedly Zhou Yuntian. It could be said that Zhou Yuntian was the chief steward of the entire Fox Immortal Valley. Big and small matters were settled by him. Usually, the Fox Demon stayed in his bedroom and basically didn't show his face. In the room, the two of them were drinking and chatting merrily. After getting familiar with Lu Yi, Xie Yunhan also asked Lu Yi about Formation Tao. Lu Yi didn't hide much about it, so Xie Yunhan benefited a lot. Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He cautiously said, "Brother Xie, aren't you exaggerating a little? I know Brother Xie's attainments in Formation Tao. Is fellow Taoist Lu really as powerful as you say?" Xie Yunhan shook his head and said, "You're not a formation cultivator, so you don't understand. However, I can guarantee that I'm not exaggerating. I even feel that Brother Lu hasn't completely revealed his abilities in Formation Tao. I'm afraid he's afraid of hurting me." Zhou Yuntian was stunned. In the past, the Fox Immortal Valley had recruited a few formation cultivators, but none of them caught Xie Yunhan's eye. Although Xie Yunhan's cultivation wasn't high, his attainments in Formation Tao weren't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability to maintain the entire Fox Immortal Valley's Formation Tao. So, when he heard such a high evaluation of Lu Yi, Zhou Yuntian was stunned. "Brother Zhou, Brother Lu's attainments in the Tao of Formations are much higher than mine. Although my cultivation level hasn't improved much over the years, I've spent a lot of time on the Tao of Formations. I'm confident that there aren't many people in the Cloud River tier who can surpass me in the Tao of Formations, unless they're from a large sect that cultivates formations. However, Brother Lu's attainments in the Tao of Formations are truly admirable. Let me put it this way. Even if I were given another 10 years, I wouldn't be able to compare to Brother Lu in the Tao of Formations." Brother Xie means, the next time we take action, Brother Lu will preside over the Formation Tao and I'll assist. Perhaps we'll succeed. I'll have to report this matter to Senior and let Senior make the decision. However, Brother Xiaoyu, if that's the case, wouldn't we have picked up a treasure? Zhou Yuntian looked excited. Lu Ye's fourth order cultivation wasn't much in the Fox Immortal Valley. But if his attainments in Formation Tao were as exaggerated as Xie Yunhan said, then he would definitely be a treasure for the Fox Immortal Valley. Speaking of which, even if Brother Zhou didn't come looking for me today, I was going to look for you. Yes. Everything is for the sake of helping your honor succeed." Saying so, he hurriedly stood up. "This matter is of great importance. I'll go see Senior now and tell her this good news. Senior will definitely be very happy." Xie Yunhan raised his hand. "As long as I can help Senior succeed, it doesn't matter who is in charge and who is assisting. I, Xie Yunhan, have been in the Fox Immortal Valley for so many years. How could I not see this point?" Chapter 578. After leaving Xie Yunhan's place, Zhou Yuntian rushed to report Lu Ye's matter. However, he didn't walk far before he sensed the sounds of a fierce battle. He frowned and followed the sound. Fox Immortal Valley didn't forbid cultivators from exchanging pointers. After all, it was beneficial for cultivators to increase their strength. A good exchange of pointers could also improve the relationship between cultivators. However, such a fierce battle was rare. As the steward of Fox Immortal Valley, how could Zhou Yuntian not care? Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yuntian's face paled in fright. This was because the two people fighting were Lu Yi and Xia Liang. two newcomers. Moreover, both of their attacks were extremely ruthless and sharp, but the difference in their cultivations was simply too great, so Lu Yi appeared to be in quite a sorry state. What caused Zhou Yuntian's eyes to twitch even more was the fact that Lu Ye's body was covered in wounds that were neither light nor heavy, blood staining his robes. "Stop! Quickly stop!" Zhou Yuntian hurriedly shouted. On the battlefield, Lu Ye's qi and blood were surging. He held his mountain saber and stood in place. On the other hand, Xiaoliang was calm and composed. Seeing Zhou Yuntian suddenly come over, the two hurriedly stopped and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian's expression was gloomy. He first glared at Xiaoliang, making him confused. Then he turned to Lu Yi and asked with concern, "Fellow Taoist Lu, how are your injuries? Are they serious?" His enthusiasm surprised Lu Yi, but considering Zhou Yuntian's status as the steward of Fox Immortal Valley, he didn't think too much about it. He only replied, "They're all superficial wounds. I'll be fine after some rest." Zhou Yuntian let out a long breath. "That's good, that's good." He turned to Xiaoliang and reprimanded, "Fellow Taoist Xia, fellow Taoist Lu's cultivation is far inferior to yours. How could you be so heavy-handed?" Xiaoliang muttered, "No, fellow Taoist Zhou, it's Lu Ye who came to find me. He wants me to exchange pointers with him. If you want exchange pointers, then exchange pointers. How could you injure him?" Zhou Yuntian's face sank. Everyone in Fox Immortal Valley is of one heart and is as close as brothers and sisters. "Fellow Taoist, Lu came to exchange pointers with you. You should give him pointers, not injure him." Xiaoliang didn't know what to say. Most of the sparring between cultivators could indeed stop at a certain point. However, for two cultivators who use sabers, it was really not effective at all. They had to fight with all their strength to achieve the desired effect. Moreover, when he fought with Lu Yi, Yang Kai had done his best to control his strength. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not have suffered such a simple flesh wound. Zhou Yuntian's indiscriminate reprimand really made him angry, but he couldn't refute, so he could only look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please calm down. I was indeed the one who suggested the spar. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Xia has already done his best to hold back. It's my fault for not being strong enough." Disregarding everything else, he had benefited a lot from this fight with Xiaoliang. He couldn't allow Xiaoliang to refuse to spar with him because of Zhou Yuntian. That would be a great loss. "Since I know that your strength is not high, then you should be even more careful." Zhou Yuntian's face was cold. Lu Yi really couldn't figure out what was going on with Zhou Yuntian. Speaking of which, besides coming into contact with him at the beginning of Fox Immortal Valley, he hadn't seen him at all these days. His favoritism really made Lu Yi puzzled. How could he know that Zhou Yuntian had come out from Xie Yunhan's place, and Xie Yunhan had given him an extremely high evaluation, making Zhou Yuntian realize how precious Lu Yi was in terms of array Dao. Xiaoliang sighed and said, "I understand. I won't do it again in the future. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou." Only then did Zhou Yuntian's expression become slightly better. He nodded and said, "Remember, everyone in our Fox Immortal Valley is your brother and sister. If there are any grievances in the past, let them go with the wind." After a pause, he continued, "Both of you use sabers. Fellow Taoist, Lu wants to spar with you because he wants to improve his saber skills. Since that's the case, you can directly guide him. If you really want to spar, you must hold back. You must not hurt him again." "Yes," Xiaoliang responded. "Okay, today's matter ends here. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I don't want to see such a scene next time, otherwise his honor will definitely be unhappy," Zhou Yuntian warned lightly. Hearing him mention his honor, Xiaoliang's expression couldn't help but change. He hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou. Lu Ye wants to cultivate the saber, so I will teach him everything I know. I won't hold anything back." That's good. Take care, fellow Taoist Zhou. Zhou Yuntian nodded lightly, then looked at Lu Yi and said, "If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Lu Yi responded blankly, "Okay." Watching Zhou Yuntian's back disappear, Lu Yi had a strange expression. Today's matter, Zhou Yuntian said that everyone in Fox Immortal Valley was his brother and sister, but he was biased towards him. Lu Yi naturally felt it, but why? In terms of cultivation, he was the weakest in the entire Fox Immortal Valley. Other than him, only Li Bashian was at the 5th order. Above him, the weakest cultivator was at the 6th order. Was it because of his recent performance in the Tao of Arrays? Looking at the direction Zhou Yuntian came from, he should have come from Xie Yunhan's side. In that case, Xie Yunhan should have said something to him that caused Zhou Yuntian to be so blatantly biased towards him. He even used his honor's name in the end. It seemed that he had made the right choice not to hide his strength in the Tao of Arrays. "Lu Yi!" Xia Liang's voice rang in his ears. Lu Yi turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist Ya, don't take what fellow Taoist Zhou said to heart. Let's fight again. You don't have to hold back." "Forget it." Xia Liang's expression was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has given the order, then the matter of exchanging pointers will be dropped. However, in terms of saber techniques, I can teach you wholeheartedly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Although your saber techniques are overbearing and violent, I can see that your foundation is very poor. It should be because you have no one to guide you systematically. Thinking about it, there were only 2 or 3 people in the Blue Blood sect before you, and none of them used the saber. I'm afraid no one can teach you. Lu Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I can ask you anything? As long as it's saber techniques, I'll do it. I won't hide anything." "Then I'll thank fellow Taoist Xia in advance." Before entering Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi had never imagined that he would one day be able to cultivate saber techniques under Xia Liang's guidance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xia Liang was from the Wild Saber sect and had extraordinary talent. The saber techniques he cultivated were the essence of the Wild Saber sect's many years of accumulation. If he could guide Lu Yi, he would definitely make a lot of mistakes. Under his guidance, Lu Yi began to cultivate from the most basic chopping. Although the whole process was dry and boring, Lu Yi was in high spirits. While one was teaching wholeheartedly and the other was learning diligently, Zhou Yuntian had already reported Lu Yi's matter in the fox demon's bedroom. When the coquettish fox demon heard this, she revealed a look of surprise and smiled gently. "So, you really picked up a treasure this time?" Since Xie Yunhan said so, he must have his reasons. Since that's the case, Lu Yi will be in charge of the formations in Fox Immortal Valley in the future. Let Xie Yunhan be the assistant. That chuckle made Zhou Yuntian's bones go soft. Even the few women serving the fox demon couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated look in their eyes. Zhou Yuntian kept his mind clear and did not dare to show disrespect. He accepted the order and said, "This subordinate understands. However, Your Excellency, we haven't been able to find any newcomers recently." The fox demon said, "After all, this place is deep in the Taimong Mountains. Usually, cultivators rarely appear. It's normal that you can't find anyone." Zhou Yuntian probed, "Then should we let someone send a message and lure some people over?" After they entered Fox Immortal Valley, they had cut off all contact with the outside world. The cultivators outside could only determine whether they were alive or dead through the existence of the battlefield imprint. They could not determine their current state and location. However, if they took the initiative to send a message to the outside world, it would definitely attract a group of people. At that time, as long as the fox demon took action, it would continue to strengthen Fox Immortal Valley's strength. No, the fox demon decisively rejected. Her body that was originally lying on the soft couch slowly sat up. Her expression was solemn. Remember, once you enter Fox Immortal Valley, You can never send a message to the outside world. Whoever dares to send a message will die. Zhou Yuntian's face paled. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, this subordinate understands. You're dismissed." "Yes." Zhou Yuntian respectfully retreated. After he left, the fox demon's beautiful eyes fluctuated. Indeed, if they followed Zhou Yuntian's method, Fox Immortal Valley would definitely be able to rapidly strengthen their strength. At that time, not to mention 100 people, even 200 people or more would be able to gather in an extremely short period of time. However, Fox Immortal Valley had existed for so many years. She had used this method to enslave too many human cultivators. She could already feel an indescribable sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that felt like a sharp blade hanging over her neck that could fall down at any time. When she first felt the sense of danger, she thought it was an illusion. However, as time passed, this sense of danger became clearer and clearer. She understood that it was not an illusion. Instead, it was Tianji paying attention to her. A power that should not have appeared on the battlefield of the Cloud River Tier had appeared. This power was used to enslave Cloud River Tier cultivators. This undoubtedly infuriated Tianji, causing her to feel an immense sense of danger. She knew that there would be a day when Tianji would punish her for her actions. However, before that, she still had something that she had to do. She could not do it with her own strength. She could only enslave more cultivators to help her complete it. Enlisting new cultivators was already the limit. If she really used that method to lure others into the trap, it would only increase Tianji's attention on her and the danger hanging over her head. The gains would not make up for the losses. "It's already late. Cultivate again tomorrow," Xiaoliang said. He took out a jade scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Yi. "This is the cultivation experience of saber techniques compiled by the elders of my sect. You can take a look at it. Be sure not to lose it." Lu Yi took the jade scroll. "Many thanks, Brother Xia." Fox Immortal Valley. It was really a good place. Chapter 579. In just a few days, Lu Yi had already figured out the situation in Fox Immortal Valley, but he still had no clue how to safely take Li Baxian away. As long as Li Baxian's soul secret technique was not broken, it was impossible for Li Baxian to follow him obediently. Killing Li Baxian was even more impossible. Apart from the first time he saw Li Baxian in Li Baxian's bedroom, Lu Yi had not seen Li Baxian for the past few days. She had always stayed in her bedroom and did not show her face. Moreover, even if she did show up, Lu Yi could not kill her with his current strength. She had many cultivators protecting her. There was another piece of good news, which came from Feng Yuechan. The wolf pack at the spiritual land had grown stronger. At first, there were only 100 wolves, but later on, they went somewhere and gathered more of their kind. When Tan Sheng and the others killed their way into the spiritual land, there were already more than 200 wolves. Just a day ago, the wolf pack brought back another batch of their kind, expanding the pack to more than 300 wolves. In Lu Ye's plan, killing Fox Demon required the help of the wolf pack, so the wolf pack's growth was a good thing for him. He just had to wait for the right opportunity. There were too many cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, and they had formations to rely on. Even if there were more than 300 wolves, they would definitely not be a match for them. If the wolf pack could grow to 500, they might be able to try to attack Fox Immortal Valley, but 300 was still too much. He could only continue to wait for a good opportunity. On the second day of learning saber techniques from Xiaoliang, Zhou Yuntian came over and conveyed Fox Demon's orders. In the future, Lu Yi would be in charge of the formations in Fox Immortal Valley, and Xie Yunhan would be his assistant. Since it was an order from Fox Demon, Lu Yi had no reason to refuse. He immediately accepted the order and finally confirmed that Zhou Yuntian was biased towards him yesterday because of his performance in formations. Xie Yunhan must have said a lot of good things about him. In fact, there was not much difference between who was the main and who was the assistant. The formations in Fox Immortal Valley had been maintained for many years. A few days ago, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan had done various maintenance and adjustments. Now, the two of them did not need to do much. Every day, they would walk around Fox Immortal Valley 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening to check the operation of the formations. The change in position was only a nominal change. It allowed Lu Yi to receive more attention and a higher position in Fox Immortal Valley. Most of the time, Lu Yi cultivated his saber arts with Xia Liang. He had never paid attention to it before, but ever since he started cultivating his saber arts with Xia Liang, he realized that his foundation was too poor. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had learned almost everything on his own. That was especially true when it came to saber techniques. No one had ever taught him a complete system. The only help he had received was the saber techniques that his third senior brother had entrusted to his son at the Spirit Stream battlefield, which had allowed him to learn the art of transfusing blood. However, this was only a secret technique that all weapon cultivators needed to cultivate. It was of no use in improving one's foundation. Xia Liang's careful guidance would undoubtedly make up for Lu Yi's shortcomings. Lu Yi cherished such an opportunity. How to exert force, how to breathe, and how to change moves were all very particular. Lu Yi used to just follow his instincts when swinging his saber, but now with Xia Liang's guidance, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The foundation of his saber arts was improving day by day. Xia Liang had praised Lu Yi's talent in saber arts more than once. He had even said that if he had entered the wild saber sect back then, he would have been able to obtain the essence of the wild saber sect. Time flew by, and a few days passed. Early in the morning, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan inspected the various formations in Fox Immortal Valley as usual. It took them half an hour to check all the formations and make sure that they were working well. Lu Yi was about to go back and cultivate his saber arts with Xia Liang when Xie Yunhan suddenly said, "Brother, there's another place to be inspected today." Lu Yi asked curiously, "There's another place?" There were only so many places to be inspected every day. He had become completely familiar with them these days and was sure that he had not missed anything. Where did the other place come from? That's the forbidden area of Fox Immortal Valley. It needs to be inspected once every half a month. No one is allowed to go near it on normal days, Xie Yunhan explained. Forbidden area? Lu Yi suddenly became interested. There was actually a forbidden area in Fox Immortal Valley. This was something that he had never known before. However, since it was a forbidden area, it was naturally impossible for him to know about it as a newcomer. As Xie Yunhan walked in a direction, they arrived at the deepest part of Fox Immortal Valley. A large formation appeared in front of them. "It's here." Xie Yunhan pointed at the large formation in front of them. "No one is allowed to go near this place. However, His Honor has ordered me to come and inspect every half a month. In the future, this matter will be handed over to you." Lu Yi looked at the formation in front of him. On the surface, it was a large concealment formation. Inside, there should be a large defensive formation operating. However, with the concealment formation, he could not see the situation inside. The area covered by the formation was not too big. It was only about a dozen feet in radius, forming a circle. "What's inside?" Lu Yi asked. Xie Yunhan shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lu Yi was surprised. "When I came to Fox Immortal Valley, the forbidden area was already here. Usually, I just maintain the formation and have never entered. Brother, His Honor does not allow anyone to enter. In the future, you only need to come and inspect every half a month." "I understand." Immediately, the two of them split up and inspected the formation. After confirming that the formation was in good condition, they quickly left. "Brother, come over to my place for a drink?" Xie Yunhan invited. "I'll disturb Brother later. I'll go and find Brother Xia to cultivate my blade technique first." Xie Yunhan chuckled. "Then I'll wait for you." "Fellow Taoist Lu." A voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Lu Yi turned his head and looked over. only to see Zhou Yuntian looking at him with a smile. From the looks of it, Zhou Yuntian seemed to have been waiting for him. Xie Yunhan said, "Brother, Zhou should be looking for you for something. You can go over first." Lu Yi nodded his head, then separated from Xie Yunhan and walked towards Zhou Yuntian. When he arrived, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian said with concern, "You've worked hard these past few days. His Honor is very satisfied with your performance." Lu Yi immediately revealed a happy expression and said, "Serving His Honor is subordinate's duty." Zhou Yuntian nodded his head slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lu is right to think this way. Everything that we have is bestowed upon us by His Honor. Protecting His Honor is our greatest mission." His face was filled with fanaticism, as if even if His Honor asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. Lu Yi felt a chill in his heart and changed the topic. "Fellow Taoist, Zhou is looking for me?" "Oh." Zhou Yuntian came back to his senses. "When I met His Honor a few days ago, I remember fellow Taoist Lu said that you're proficient in the Tao of Spirit Runes, Formation Tao, and the Tao of Inscriptions." "Actually, strictly speaking, I'm a Spirit Rune Master. I've only dabbled in the Tao of Formations and the Tao of Inscriptions." "You've only dabbled in the Tao of Formations? Yet, fellow Taoist, Lu has such high attainments in the Tao of Formations. Then, what about the Tao of Inscriptions?" "I've only started cultivating the Tao of Inscriptions not long ago. It can't be compared to the Tao of Formations." "Is it possible to inscribe inscriptions?" "It's possible, but I can only inscribe 3 types of inscriptions." "Which 3 types?" "The offensive type of sharpness, the defensive type of defense, and the auxiliary type of wind type of inscriptions." Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "What's the success rate?" "Basically, the possibility of failure is very small. Previously, when he practiced with the wolf pack, he rarely failed. Moreover, it didn't matter if he failed. After a few days, when the inscriptions recovered, he could just inscribe them again. It wouldn't cause much damage to the inscriptions." "Good, good, good." Zhou Yuntian was overjoyed. "Fellow Taoist Lu, can you show me a thing or two?" "Of course. I wonder who wants to inscribe inscriptions?" Lu Yi still had a lot of inscriptions materials in his hands, and it was enough for him to use. "Inscribe on my body. Then, fellow Taoist Zhou, please follow me." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he led the way. Soon he returned to his own pavilion, took out all kinds of inscriptions materials, and introduced them to Zhou Yuntian. This time he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what kind of inscriptions do you want?" Zhou Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, "Defensive type." Sharp inscriptions were not suitable for piercing people's bodies. This was different from the demon wolves. After all, cultivators usually had spirit weapons when fighting, and no one would use their hands to scratch or bite people. Inscriptions used on cultivators were either defensive or wind-moving. One allowed cultivators to have a stronger defensive method, while the other allowed cultivators to run faster. Overall, defensive type was the most suitable. It wasn't strange for Zhou Yuntian to make such a choice. "Then where does fellow Taoist Zhou want to inscribe?" Lu Yi asked again. Zhou Yuntian reached out and tore open his clothes at his chest and pointed at his chest. "Here." It was a very normal choice. The heart was a vital point, and with a defensive inscription protecting it, it was very likely that it could save one's life at some critical moment. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please lie down." Lu Yi gestured with his hand. Zhou Yuntian lay on Lu Ye's bed and opened his clothes. Lu Yi picked up the needle, dipped it in the materials for defensive inscriptions, and raised his hand to stab Zhou Yuntian's heart. When the needle fell, Zhou Yuntian's expression was clearly nervous, but he quickly relaxed. As the needles pierced Zhou Yuntian's chest one after another, a triangular yellow mark gradually appeared. Within the mark, there were many complex lines that intertwined with each other. Just by looking at it, it gave off a feeling of impregnable invulnerability. A single defensive rune was nothing to Lu Yi. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yi stopped and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's done." Zhou Yuntian stood up and lowered his head to look at the mark on his chest. He channeled a bit of spiritual power into it, and a triangular barrier immediately appeared on his chest. The barrier was tightly attached to his chest, and it was clearly many times stronger than his protective spiritual power. Zhou Yuntian was overjoyed and couldn't help but praise. Fellow Taoist Lu is truly amazing. To be able to inscribe inscriptions at the Cloud River realm. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Lu Yi said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. My skills are not great, and this is only a temporary inscription. The number of times I can use it is limited. It's fine as long as fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied." Satisfied, very satisfied. Zhou Yuntian nodded with a smile. When he looked at Lu Yi again, he increasingly felt that he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 580. In the fox demon's bedroom, Zhou Yuntian hurried over and bowed. "What's the matter?" The fox demon, who was lying on the soft bed, asked softly. A female cultivator stood in front of her, holding an incense burner. Smoke rose from the incense burner and entered the fox demon's nose, causing her face to redden. Even her slightly opened eyes were filled with mist. "Senior, this subordinate has been impolite. Please take a look," Zhou Yuntian said as he opened his chest and circulated his spirit energy. In the next moment, a spirit rune appeared on his chest. The fox demon opened her eyes slightly and looked at the spirit rune. Raising her hand, she shot out a beam of spirit energy and hit the spirit rune on Zhou Yuntian's chest. The spirit rune dimmed, but did not break. Under the attack, Zhou Yuntian took a few steps back. "Is this a spirit rune?" The fox demon was quite knowledgeable and could naturally tell what the spirit rune was. "Senior, it is a spirit rune, and it was done by Lu Yi." "He has such ability." The fox demon was surprised. A few days ago, Zhou Yuntian came to report to her about Lu Yi dabbling in spirit runes, but she did not take it to heart. Because a fourth-order Cloud River realm cultivator, even if he practiced the spirit rune, it was impossible for him to have high attainments. But now, it seemed that she had underestimated him. The fox demon immediately realized the value of this spirit rune. Currently, the Fox Immortal Valley was unable to recruit more newcomers, but with the help of this spirit rune, the strength of the entire Fox Immortal Valley would increase by at least 10 to 20%. Compared to recruiting more newcomers, this kind of increase was more direct and convenient. How long did he spend on this spirit rune? The fox demon sat up straight and her expression became more serious. "Only an incense stick's worth of time. Moreover, I saw that his technique was extremely skilled. Obviously, he knows this spirit rune very well," Zhou Yuntian reported truthfully. "An incense stick's worth of time." The fox demon was surprised. "Senior, perhaps you can let the fellow cultivators in the valley go to him and ask for a spirit rune? This way, the fellow cultivators will have a higher chance of survival." The fox demon gently nodded. "All right, I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, I will definitely not disappoint your honor," Zhou Yuntian respectfully replied. Lu Yi was practicing his saber art with Xiaoliang. While he was immersed in his saber art, Zhou Yuntian suddenly led a group of people over and shouted from afar, "Fellow Taoist Lu!" Lu Yi stopped what he was doing and sighed inwardly. What was to come would come. After he gave Zhou Yuntian the defensive tattoo, he had a premonition of what would happen. After all, the tattoo was a very convenient external force. Zhou Yuntian had already experienced the benefits of the tattoo, so there was no reason for him to ignore it. Sure enough, when Zhou Yuntian came over, he conveyed the fox demon's order to Lu Yi to tattoo all the cultivators in the valley. Naturally, Lu Yi could only agree. On the second floor of the pavilion, Lu Yi was preparing the materials and tools to inscribe runes. He said to Zhou Yuntian, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, inscribing runes requires a lot of mental energy. I can only inscribe runes for 10 fellow Taoists a day. Any more, and I won't have enough mental energy." Actually, he could have stabbed more, but that would not only take up the time he needed to practice his saber art, but it would also be more troublesome to recover. Inscribing 10 people a day wouldn't consume too much of his mental energy. No problem. Fellow Taoist Lu, do whatever is convenient for you. Although the Lord has given the order, there is no time limit. Moreover, although the number of cultivators in the Fox Immortal Valley wasn't small, there weren't many either. If he wanted to inscribe 10 people a day, it would only take 8 to 9 days. Then let them come up one by one. Lu Yi said. Zhou Yuntian walked to the window and shouted, "Brother Zhao, come up!" Among the cultivators waiting below, the cultivator surnamed Zhao, who was called by Zhou Yuntian, stepped up and quickly arrived at the second floor. He first bowed politely to Lu Yi. Lu Yi let him choose whether to tattoo Fengxing or defend. As expected, the cultivator surnamed Zhao also chose the defensive tattoo. Moreover, just like Zhou Yuntian, he also chose to tattoo the tattoo on his chest. Under Lu Ye's instructions, the cultivator surnamed Zhao opened his clothes and lay down on the bed. After an incense stick's worth of time, the tattoo was completed. The cultivator surnamed Zhao tested it and confirmed that the defensive tattoo could be activated. He happily thanked Zhou Yuntian. Then came the next. When it was time for the third person, it was a female cultivator. Standing in front of Lu Yi, the female cultivator's face was red. She lowered her head and said, "Junior brother Lu, can I tattoo on my back?" "Of course, any position is fine." Lu Yi nodded. "Then, on my back." If it wasn't for the Lord's personal order, she wouldn't have come to ask Lu Yi for a tattoo. After all, she was a woman. Letting a man touch her body made her feel really shy and unbearable. However, the defensive tattoo could indeed provide a certain amount of protection. Compared to letting Lu Yi stab her chest, it was still acceptable for him to tattoo her back. Lu Yi also didn't expect that an inscription master would have such benefits in the future. There would be a lot of such things. He calmed his mind and remained calm. "Senior brother Zhou, you go out first." The female cultivator's face was red as she glared at Zhou Yuntian, who was standing at the side. "Oh, I'll wait outside." Zhou Yuntian suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly walked out, closing the door on his way out. The female cultivator stood on the spot, rubbing the corner of her clothes with her hands. She pursed her red lips and looked hesitant. Even if it was the fox demon who gave the order, it still required a lot of courage and determination to undress in front of an unfamiliar man. Lu Yi turned his back to her and pretended to concoct the medicine. After a moment, a slight rustling sound came from behind. Immediately after, the female cultivator's trembling voice sounded. "Junior brother Lu, I'm ready." Lu Yi turned around, and what entered his eyes was a snow-white, flawless, and soul-stirring arc. The female cultivator was sitting on the bed with her back facing him. The clothes that she took off were in her hands, blocking in front of him. Lu Yi stepped forward and looked straight ahead. The main thing was that he couldn't see anything. He stretched out his hand and pierced the needle. The female cultivator's body suddenly tensed up, and she even let out a short sound. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. "Senior sister, please don't make such a strange sound and disturb my mind. Also, relax your body and don't move. Don't worry, I won't touch you." The female cultivator's face immediately turned as red as a blooming cuckoo. Even her fair back and slender neck were suffused with a layer of red light. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I understand." Needle by needle, he pierced down meticulously, and the imprint of the defensive spirit mark slowly appeared. After an incense stick's worth of time, Louis stopped and let out a long breath. "It's done, senior sister." "You, turn around." the female cultivator said. Lu Yi turned around, and the sound of clothes being put on quickly came from behind him. Thank you, junior brother Lu. The female cultivator hurriedly thanked him, opened the door, and left as if she was escaping. Zhou Yuntian stuck his head in and looked at Lu Yi. His brows twitched, and a meaningful smile hung on his face. Fellow Taoist, Lu has such skills. I'm really envious. Next, one cultivator after another walked into the second floor and left after an incense stick's worth of time. In Fox Immortal Valley, male cultivators were the majority and female cultivators only accounted for about 30% of them. This was also the current situation in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. Generally speaking, there were more male cultivators than female cultivators, but it was unknown why this was the case. Male cultivators had no problem exposing their breasts in front of Lu Yi, but female cultivators were mostly shy. It was indeed a bit difficult for them to reveal their beauty in front of a man they weren't familiar with. However, they didn't dare to disobey his honor's orders. With the experience of the female cultivator at the very beginning, the female cultivators chose to inscribe the spirit mark on the back. However, for Lu Yi, it was still a big test. There was also an exception. There was a female cultivator with a hot personality who began to take off her clothes as soon as she entered the room. Then, she lay straight on the bed and chose to inscribe the spirit mark on her chest. This made Lu Ye's mouth dry, and the other party laughed wildly. If not for Lu Yi carefully guarding his mind, he might have failed to inscribe the spirit mark. After inscribing 10 people on the first day, Lu Yi used the excuse that his mind was too exhausted and closed the door to guests. He made an agreement with Zhou Yuntian to bring another 10 people over tomorrow. Zhou Yuntian naturally didn't refuse. After a short rest, Lu Yi went to find Xia Liang again and cultivated his saber art under his guidance. At night, he first went to see Li Baxian and talked with his senior brother. Then he went to Xia Yunhan's residence and fulfilled his promise to drink and chat with him during the day. In the middle of the night, Lu Yi drunkenly walked out of Xia Yunhan's place and returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. An hour later, in the darkness, Lu Yi opened his eyes and softly called, "Yi." Yi immediately flashed out of Hu Po's body and directly fled downstairs, quickly disappearing. Lu Yi also constructed the concealment and aura-concealing spirit marks on his body. His figure flashed and jumped out of the second floor. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was quiet. Lu Yi quietly crept in a direction. With Yi scouting ahead and the concealment and aura-concealing spirit marks on his body, he didn't have to worry about being discovered by anyone. Moreover, he was familiar with the positions of all the formations in Fox Immortal Valley, so there was no risk of triggering any of them. Soon, Lu Yi arrived at the deepest part of Fox Immortal Valley. When he came here with Xia Yunhan during the day, he was curious about this place. Even Xia Yunhan, an old man who had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for 12 years, didn't know what was inside. Obviously, there were some secrets hidden in this place. During the day, Lu Yi made up his mind to come and explore. No matter what secrets were hidden here, it must be related to the fox demon. Maybe he could find some unexpected gains here. Although this place was covered by a formation, Lu Yi was best at sneaking into the formation. Before arriving at the formation, Lu Yi looked around and made sure that there was no one around. Then he constructed insight spirit marks on his eyes to observe the flaws of the formation and find the nodes of the formation. Soon he found something. He moved and came to the nodes of the formation. He raised his hand and threw out a few formation flags, embedding them near the nodes. As he did it again, the flow of spirit power at the nodes of the formation became slower and slower until it completely stopped. To be continued. Chapter 581. The Grand Formation. Here was a concealment Grand Formation and a defensive Grand Formation. The two Grand Formations were perfectly combined. It could be seen that the person who set up this Grand Formation had quite a high level of attainment in the Tao of Formations. He was more powerful than Xia Yunhan, but there was still a gap between him and Xie Yunhan. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lu Yi to sneak into such an array. At the place where the array flags were embedded, the spiritual power completely stopped flowing. Lu Yi raised his hand and put away the array flags. His figure flashed and rushed into the array. After he left, without the interference of the array flags, the spiritual power on the light screen of the array began to flow slowly. After entering the array, Lu Yi immediately hid his figure and looked around vigilantly. There was no danger. Everything in this forbidden area was clear at a glance. This was because this space was not too big. In a radius of about 20 feet, there was a lone grave. In front of the grave, there was a stone tablet. Not far from the grave, there was an ancient and simple thing that was only a few feet tall. It looked like an altar. This was the forbidden area. Lu Yi frowned. Under the enhancement of the Insight Spirit inscription, he did not see anything particularly noteworthy. He strolled forward and walked to the stone tablet of the grave. Under the moonlight, the words on the stone tablet were imprinted in his eyes. Master, Lei Jingyin's tomb. With only this line of words, Lei Jingyin should be the name of the person buried in this grave. However, the word master inevitably made him think. From what Xie Yunhan said before, this forbidden area had existed for at least a dozen years. The person in the grave must have died for a long time. However, the tombstone looked very clean, and there was not a speck of dust on it. There was not even a weed on the grave. It seemed that someone often came to pay their respects and clean the grave. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, the only one who could enter here was the fox demon. Lu Ye's eyes flickered for a moment. He no longer paid attention to the grave and looked at the altar. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that this altar was something that had been around for a long time. It was very simple and unadorned. Lu Yi walked up to the altar and looked around, only to see that the altar was covered in complicated lines. The entire surface of the altar seemed to be covered in a profound array. Lu Yi stared at it for a moment, but still couldn't figure out what this array was. He more or less had some attainments in the array Tao. No matter how complicated an array formation was, even if he had never come into contact with it, he would still be able to see some things. He couldn't see anything. Either these complicated patterns weren't formations, or the profoundness of the things on them was completely beyond his understanding. Looking carefully for a while, Lu Yi suddenly found that there was a groove in each of the 4 sides of the altar. Lu Yi was no stranger to this item. Generally speaking, these kinds of grooves needed to be filled with spirit stones, such as the spirit gathering array in many sections. Therefore, if he wanted to figure out what this altar was for, all he needed to do was to place some spirit stones in the groove. Naturally, Lu Yi would not be so rash. If he were to do so, it was highly likely that he would alarm the cultivators within Immortal Fox Valley. When that happened, he would definitely be caught red-handed. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. The fox demon had designated this place as a forbidden area. He had thought that there was some incredible secret hidden here. Who would have thought that there was only a lone grave and an ancient altar? He had no way to determine what the altar was used for. It was a wasted trip. Just as he was about to leave, there was suddenly a strange movement. Lu Ye's expression changed, and he immediately cast the concealment and aura concealing spirit inscriptions on himself. He stood on the altar and did not dare to move. A seductive figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the fox demon. Lu Yi secretly cursed his bad luck. He had seen that the tombstone was spotless and there was not even a blade of grass on the grave. He knew that people often came here to offer their condolences. Who would have thought that he would bump into it in the middle of the night? Now that he was blocked, if not for the support of the spirit inscriptions, he would definitely have been exposed. Under the moonlight, the fox demon quietly walked to the tombstone and looked down. Her face was slowly shrouded in sadness. A moment later, there was a soft sobbing sound. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, leaving deep marks on her face. The fox demon threw herself on the tombstone and cried out sorrowfully. Her mouth was mumbling something. Lu Yi only heard the words master, Xian, and I'm so tired. As for the rest, he could not hear clearly. He could not help but feel lucky. The fox demon was in a mournful mood at the moment, and she probably did not expect that someone in the Fox Immortal Valley would disobey her orders and come here in the middle of the night. Otherwise, at such a close distance, even if Lu Yi had cast the concealment and aura concealing spirit inscriptions on himself, it was not impossible for him to be discovered. After crying for a long time, the fox demon raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes and carefully wiped the clean tombstone. She took a deep breath, and her full chest rose high. The sorrow on her face disappeared and was replaced by endless resentment and resentment. Even her originally gentle tone became extremely eerie. Master, it won't take too long. In another month, I will be able to avenge you. This time I will not fail. As if because she was too excited when she said these words, her demon essence surged all over her body. Under the moonlight, a few hairy tails condensed from demon essence suddenly appeared behind her coquettish figure, swaying gracefully. From Lu Ye's point of view, this scene revealed a gloomy beauty. She affectionately and reluctantly stared at the tombstone for a moment. When her mood and demon essence calmed down, she turned and left. She passed through the array that enveloped this place and disappeared. Lu Yi stood quietly on the altar, motionless. It was not until a full hour later that he softly called, "Yi!" Yi's figure appeared. "It's safe outside." Lu Yi nodded and immediately walked out. When he came in from the outside, he had to use some means to sneak in, but when he left, there was no obstruction from the array. After a while, he quietly returned to his pavilion. Recalling the scene he had just seen, Lu Yi frowned. Previously, through the name of the Immortal Fox Valley, he had speculated that the Lord's true form was a fox demon. Today, after seeing the strange phenomenon caused by the other party's demon essence rampaging, he was even more certain of his original speculation. That was indeed a fox demon, but it was not an ordinary fox demon because the other party did not only have one tail, but a total of 6. Was it the heavenly fox race? And it was a 6-tailed heavenly fox. No wonder it had the strange ability to control people's minds. If the other party was the heavenly fox race, then it made sense. Although the heavenly fox race could not be compared to the 4 sacred beasts, it was also a strange beast with innate mystical powers. According to Lu Ye's knowledge, heavenly foxes at the Cloud River tier generally only had 2 or 3 tails. Thus, even if they had special innate mystical powers, they could not reach the level of controlling people's minds. At most, they could slightly confuse people's minds. As long as one's mind was strong enough, one could quickly escape. A fox demon with 6 tails was an anomaly in the heavenly fox race. Under normal circumstances, a 6-tailed heavenly fox's strength was comparable to the divine ocean tier. Although this trip did not yield any practical gains in the Forbidden Land, they had coincidentally seen the true body of the fox demon, so it could not be considered as a complete loss. However, this kind of gain was not particularly useful in the present situation. Lu Yi suddenly spoke up in the darkness. That fox demon seems very pitiful. How is she pitiful? Lu Yi asked in exasperation. The pitiful ones are the cultivators who have been trapped here. Their minds have been controlled by her, and they are dead set on following her. Her master is dead. Yi's eyes were red. She wants to avenge her master. Lu Yi turned to look at her, only to feel that this little girl's emotions were too sensitive. The fox demon's master had been dead for at least a dozen years. So what was she crying for? Yi wrinkled her nose and said, "If you also die one day, Hupai and I will definitely think of a way to avenge you." Lu Yi could not help but laugh. Hupai and I have formed a life origin technique. If I die, Hupa will also be finished, and you will also be finished. What's there to avenge? Everyone will go to the Yellow Springs together, and the journey will not be lonely. Yi's cheeks puffed up. Anyway, that fox demon is so pitiful." After saying that, she stomped her feet and plunged into Hu Po's body, unwilling to pay any attention to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was speechless. In the darkness, his eyes slowly sank. The fox demon had said that she would be able to avenge her dead master within a month. But the question now was, who was the enemy? Lu Yi originally did not know why the fox demon had gathered so many cultivators, but now it seemed that the situation was very clear. She had always been thinking of ways to avenge her master, but it was impossible to do so with her own strength, so she needed to gather cultivators who had entered the depths of Great Mang Mountains. Moreover, so many years had passed, so the fox demon must have acted more than once. She must have acted before, but unfortunately all of them failed. The deaths of the cultivators under her command must be related to this matter. Right now, there were more than 80 cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, and 15 of them were at the 9th Order. Besides Lu Yi and Li Baxian, the rest were all at the 6th Order and above. If such a force were to be brought out, even if they could not sweep through the Cloud River battlefield, they could at least occupy a part of it and dominate it. However, the fox demon had not acted yet. Either she was not confident, or she was waiting for an opportunity. No matter which, her enemy's strength was not to be underestimated. Looking at the entire Cloud River battlefield, there was only one possibility for her enemy to be so cautious. Lu Yi hurriedly took out the map and checked the label on it. After a short while, his eyes fixed on a line of labels. Overlord Monster Beast, Berserk Giant Ape. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. If things were as he thought, then it would be troublesome. He did not know how strong a Cloud River Overlord Monster Beast was. However, he had experienced the strength of a Spirit Stream Overlord Monster Beast. It was a strength that completely exceeded the scope of the Spirit Stream realm. He himself was an Overlord existence as a cultivator. It could be said that under the same realm he was invincible. The strength of Fox Immortal Valley was indeed extraordinary, but it was hard to say who would have the last laugh against an Overlord Monster Beast. 1 month. Lu Yi suddenly felt a headache coming on. Should he try to knock Li Baxian out and directly take him away? However, not to mention whether he had a chance of succeeding. If he failed, he would definitely expose some of his things. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Even if he really knocked Li Baxian out, the soul secret technique would always be a hidden danger. Chapter 582. Every day passed peacefully. He would patrol the valley spell formations with Xie Yunhan, inscribe spirit tattoos on 10 cultivators, and then practice his saber techniques with Xiaoliang. The cycle repeated itself. If it weren't for the fact that the fox demon had mentioned revenge, this kind of life would have been quite good. 9 days later, all the cultivators in the valley had received spirit tattoos, and all of them were defensive spirit tattoos. During this time, Lu Yi had a feast for his eyes. After finishing his work, Lu Yi went to find Xiaoliang and prepared to practice his saber techniques with him. Unexpectedly, Xiaoliang said, "I've already taught you the basics. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest through life and death battles. Simple guidance won't be of much use." After all, there were only so many basics to saber techniques. Xiaoliang had taught Lu Yi everything he knew in the past 10 days, and there really wasn't anything else he could teach Lu Yi. The most important thing to improve one's saber techniques was not guidance, but the accumulation of experience through battle. Everyone's saber techniques also needed to be slowly refined through bloody battles. In the past 10 days, Lu Yi could feel that his saber techniques had improved greatly. Compared to before, his foundation was more solid, and his understanding of saber techniques had also reached a higher level. It could be said that just from this point alone, his strength had increased by at least 10%. This was undoubtedly a huge gain. Therefore, even though there were many grudges between him and Xiaoliang, just based on his guidance these days, Lu Yi solemnly bowed. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xia." He just didn't know how Xiaoliang would react if he had the chance to break free from the fox demon's control. He originally wanted to kill Lu Yi, but due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up teaching Lu Yi a lot of saber techniques. I can't teach you the basics, but I'll teach you something else today. Saying that, Xiaoliang took out his saber from his storage pouch and got into a stance. He closed his eyes and said, "Attack me." Seeing that Xiaoliang was about to show off something, Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and rushed toward Xiaoliang. He unsheathed his saber and slashed down while keeping a close eye on Xiaoliang's movements. When the Pan Mountain saber was less than a foot away from Xiaoliang, Xiaoliang suddenly moved. He raised the saber in his hand and blocked the Pan Mountain saber. Lu Yi couldn't help but raise his brows. Xiaoliang was a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, while Lu Yi was only a 4th Order cultivator. The gap between their cultivations was huge, so Lu Yi wasn't surprised that Xiaoliang was able to block his attack. What surprised him was that Xiaoliang's eyes were closed, but he seemed to be able to see his attack. With the help of the recoil, Lu Yi retreated. Again, Xiaoliang called out. Lu Yi rushed forward again. This time he didn't choose to slash. Instead, he stabbed with his sword. Compared to a slash with great momentum, a stab like this was undoubtedly much more subtle. This guy was able to block his attack with his eyes closed, and he could even say that he was able to determine the direction of the attack by listening to the sound. How was he going to block this hidden stab? Contrary to Lu Ye's expectations, the saber in Xiaoliang's hand suddenly moved, lightly blocking the Pan Mountain saber. At the same time, he tilted his head, causing the Pan Mountain saber to miss his neck. Lu Yi was greatly surprised. Again, Lu Yi attacked for the 3rd time. However, without exception, Xiaoliang would suddenly block the attacks when they were half a foot away from him. Lu Yi didn't use his full strength, but Xiaoliang being able to do this with his eyes closed was still incredible. After a dozen or so attacks, he couldn't even touch the corner of Xiaoliang's clothes. Only then did he open his eyes and look at Lu Yi. Do you understand now? Perception? Mind's eye. Mind's eye? What you see with your eyes may not be true, but what you see with your mind's eye can never be false. Xiaoliang explained earnestly, "This is not a saber technique, but it is an auxiliary secret technique that is useful to all weapon cultivators. When you say perception, it is not completely wrong. When most weapon cultivators fight with others, they have their own perception of danger. However, mind's eye is a secret technique that surpasses perception." After a pause, he continued, "Now the cultivators we come into contact with are all at the Cloud River tier, and the speed of their attacks may not be too fast. But with the increase of cultivation, there will be a day when the speed of their attacks will be difficult to catch with the naked eye. When that time comes, how will you deal with it? If you only rely on your own perception, you may not have enough time to react. But if you can cultivate the mind's eye secret technique, then it will be different. At that time, even if you can't see, with a long saber in your hand, the enemy will not be able to get close to you. The mind's eye secret technique is a secret technique unique to the Wild Saber sect, and it is similar to the Sword Heart of the North Mystery Sword sect. My attainment in this secret technique is only at the entry level, so I can only defend against attacks that are half a foot away." Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder every time he attacked, Xiaoliang would only react when it was half a foot away. It turned out that this secret technique had a range. He asked curiously, "How do you cultivate it?" This was a secret technique unique to the Wild Saber sect, and only the elite disciples of the Wild Saber sect could cultivate it. If they had not fallen into the Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi would not have been able to come into contact with this technique. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was chasing Xiaoliang, the latter's defense did give him a feeling that it was impregnable. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoliang's injuries were too severe, Lu Yi would not have been able to do anything to him with just the mind's eye secret technique. Xiaoliang revealed a look of reminiscence. "When I first cultivated this secret technique, I was under the protection of my elders, fighting against different numbers of demonic beasts, and I was blindfolded. So if you really want to cultivate this secret technique, you have to experience it yourself and use your body to remember the feeling of danger. After a long time, you will naturally succeed. This place does not have such conditions, so if you have the chance in the future, you can cultivate it. Lu Yi nodded slightly. With Zhou Yuntian's previous instructions, Xiao Liang would never attack Lu Yi. So even if Lu Yi wanted to cultivate this secret technique, Xiao Liang would not be his sparring partner. Remember, the use of the mind's eye secret technique is based on one's perception. The stronger one's perception is, the easier it is to cultivate it. Understood. The key to the strength of perception was the mind, and the strength of the mind was closely related to the soul. In short, the stronger the soul of a cultivator, the easier it was to cultivate this secret technique, and the soul was Lu Yi's strength. After bidding farewell to Xiao Liang, Lu Yi returned to his house, opened the array, and had Yi stand guard nearby. Only then did he take out the breath fruit core from his storage space. Foxham Mortal Valley did not have the conditions to cultivate the mind's eye secret technique because there was no suitable sparring partner, but the breath fruit core in Lu Ye's hand could provide him with the best cultivation environment. In the past, when he entered the Mirage Realm, he would desperately kill the monsters inside to hone his saber skills. But as his cultivation gradually improved, the number of times he entered the Mirage Realm gradually decreased. First, each time he entered the Mirage Realm, he would consume merit points, and second, he did not lack experience in life and death battles, so he did not need to enter the Mirage Realm to hone himself. But now, if he wanted to cultivate the mind's eye secret technique, the Mirage Realm was undoubtedly the best choice. Spending 100 merit points, Lu Yi pushed open the door and walked into the Mirage Realm, stood still and closed his eyes. Just as he was ready, the nearby fog suddenly tumbled, and a figure rushed out, brazenly rushing at him. The power of this figure was only at the level of a fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, the same as Lu Ye's cultivation. Wrapped in fog, he could not see the figure's appearance and could not tell the gender. Normally, if he encountered such an enemy, Lu Yi could kill them with a single slash. But now, with his eyes closed, Lu Yi could only rely on his perception and some sounds to determine the enemy's movements, which was undoubtedly a huge test for him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in his face, and Lu Yi instinctively unsheathed his saber and slashed. However, this slash did not cut anything, and instead his abdomen was hurt by the other party. Another strong wind came, and Lu Yi turned around and slashed with his mountain saber, but still did not succeed, and pain came from his body again. A moment later, on the second floor, Lu Yi opened his eyes and felt a tingling pain in his mind, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. An enemy with the same cultivation as him, who he could usually kill with a single slash, actually killed him in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea after he closed his eyes. How could Lu Yi bear this? Again, after another cup of tea's time, Lu Yi opened his eyes again. Again, after repeating this process more than 10 times, Lu Ye's face was faintly pale. Even if his soul was strong and dying once or twice in the Mirage Realm did not have any special effect on him, but too many times in a short period of time, even he was a little overwhelmed. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache, as if his whole head was about to explode. He had only experienced this feeling a few times when he first obtained the breath fruit core, and since his soul became stronger, he had not experienced it again. However, dying more than 10 times in a row was not without gain. Under the premise of closing his eyes, he was able to persist longer and longer under the enemy's attack, and even accurately blocked the enemy's attack several times. Xiao Liang said that to cultivate this heart's eye secret technique, one needed to experience it personally, using the body to remember the feelings of danger. So every time the enemy attacked in the Mirage Realm, Lu Yi would use his heart to perceive the enemy's attack and feel the danger in his body. Xiao Liang was under the care of his elders, fighting a different number of monster beasts and slowly cultivating the secret technique. Compared with his cultivation method, Lu Yi undoubtedly had more advantages, because in the Mirage realm, even if he was killed, there would not be too much loss. So the experience of using the body to remember was undoubtedly more unforgettable. Moreover, Lu Ye's mind was much stronger than cultivators of the same level, which was also one of his advantages. He did not know how long it took Xia Liang to cultivate this secret technique, but he was sure that he cultivated it much faster than him. Chapter 583. Inside the Mirage realm, Lu Ye's eyes were closed as the enemy, wrapped in fog, moved around him. However, no matter how the enemy attacked, Lu Ye's saber would accurately block them. This battle had lasted for a full incense stick's worth of time. If Lu Yi wanted to, as long as his heart force and spirit force were not exhausted, he could continue like this. After cultivating in the Mirage realm for half a month, his heart's eye secret technique had finally reached a minor accomplishment. He entered the Mirage realm a dozen times a day to cultivate, spending 1,000 or 2,000 merit points. In this half a month, he had spent more than 20,000 merit points in the Mirage realm. The price he paid was not small, but the harvest was also great. If Xia Liang knew that Lu Yi had cultivated the heart's eye to this level in just half a month, his jaw would drop. Back then, he had spent an entire half a year before barely reaching the threshold. But now, Lu Yi had not only reached the threshold of the heart's eye secret technique, but the range of his defense was also twice as large, a foot wide. He would be able to clearly sense any danger that came within a foot of him and counterattack accordingly. The unforgettable memories brought about by his repeated deaths were one reason, and the other was due to the strength of Lu Ye's soul. In the fierce battle, Lu Yi, who had been standing motionless, suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with his saber. This saber erupted with an extremely powerful aura, directly splitting the fog-wrapped enemy in two. A single enemy could no longer pose any threat to Lu Yi, so it was time to increase the difficulty of his cultivation. After waiting for a moment, the surrounding fog tumbled and two figures attacked from the left and right. Although there was only one more enemy, the difficulty had more than doubled. After a short while, Lu Yi was killed out of the Mirage realm. There was a slight tingling sensation in his mind, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. He was about to enter the Mirage realm again when Yi suddenly said, "Lu Yi, there are people waiting for you outside." Lu Yi frowned and walked to the window to look down. He found Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan. When he cultivated in the Mirage realm, he opened the array formation of the pavilion every time. So Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan just waited below and did not disturb him. He didn't know why the two of them had come together. Sensing Lu Ye's gaze, Zhou Yuntian looked up and cheerfully said, "Fellow Taoist Lu." Lu Yi said, "I was cultivating just now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come in." With that said, he turned off the array formation. A short while later, Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan entered together. As the host and guests sat down, Lu Yi served them tea before asking, "Is there something you need from me?" Zhou Yuntian didn't say anything. He simply took out a storage pouch and pushed it in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi was suspicious. He picked up the storage pouch and inspected it. He found that there were many materials inside. Moreover, they were all materials used to refine array flags. His heart sank, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. "Sure enough," Zhou Yuntian said, "His Honor has ordered the two of you to make more formation flags in case of an emergency." Refining more array flags was obviously to be used to set up arrays. The number of materials in the storage bag was huge. If all of them were to be refined into array flags, at least a few hundred array flags could be refined. By then, the number of arrays that could be set up would definitely be large. Combined with the information he had before, Lu Yi knew that the fox demon was about to make a move. Although he had guessed in his heart, Lu Yi still asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, why does His Honor suddenly want to refine so many array flags?" Zhou Yuntian hesitated for a moment, then sighed slightly and said, "Let fellow Taoist Xie explain it to you. I still have things to do. I'll leave this place to the two of you. The two of you must be ready in 10 days at the latest." It was unknown if he really had things to do, or if it wasn't good to tell Lu Yi these things. After Zhou Yuntian left, Lu Yi looked at Xie Yunhan. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, although you haven't been in Fox Immortal Valley for long, have you never thought about why His Honor wants to gather so many people in Fox Immortal Valley?" Lu Yi nodded. "Naturally, I have thought about it. However, His Honor must have her reasons for doing things." Xie Yunhan sighed and said, "Actually, His Honor wants to gather so many people mainly for revenge." "Revenge? That's right." Xie Yunhan nodded. "Although I don't know what kind of enmity His Honor has with that person, I can be sure that it is an unforgettable hatred that cannot be resolved. Moreover, our Fox Immortal Valley has already carried out this kind of revenge action more than once." Lu Yi had a surprised expression. There are so many talents in the valley. What kind of enemy can't be killed? Xie Yunhan's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. His body trembled slightly. Then he stared at Lu Yi and said word by word, "An overlord-level monster beast!" Lu Yi showed a shocked expression and cried out, "An overlord-level monster beast? Could it be that berserk giant ape?" Although he had already guessed it, guesses were only guesses. Xie Yunhan's words undoubtedly confirmed Lu Ye's previous guess. The target of that fox demon's revenge was indeed that berserk giant ape. Xie Yunhan wasn't surprised that Lu Yi knew about the existence of the berserk giant ape. After all, it was marked on the map. He nodded with a dignified expression. "It is that beast." Finding an overlord-level monster beast for revenge, His Honor naturally has her reasons for doing this. As subordinates, the only thing we can do is to follow His Honor's orders. However, fellow Taoist Lu, you don't have to worry. The two of us are formation cultivators, so we don't need to fight against that berserk giant ape. We only need to help everyone with the formation, so there is still some guarantee of safety. Lu Yi finally understood why Xie Yunhan could live for 12 years in Fox Immortal Valley. Although Fox Immortal Valley could gather quite a number of cultivators, from the beginning to the end, the number of formation cultivators was extremely scarce. Every time they took action against the giant berserk ape, Xie Yunhan would only activate the formation that he had set up in advance to help. He did not need to fight the giant berserk ape head-on. Therefore, even if his revenge failed, Xie Yunhan could still survive. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Every time they took action, a large number of cultivators died. "Is it very dangerous?" Lu Yi asked seriously. Xie Yunhan laughed bitterly. "In the 12 years I have been in Fox Immortal Valley, I have seen this kind of operation 6 times. Almost every time, more than 80% of the people in the valley would be lost. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, other than me, fellow Taoist, Zhou has lived the longest. He came 6 years ago. You have never seen the might of that berserk giant ape, so you don't know how powerful an overlord-level monster beast is. If you really see it, you will understand how dangerous it is to fight against it." Lu Yi frowned and said, "Since that beast's strength is so great, why doesn't His Honor accumulate enough strength in one go and take revenge on it? Instead, we lose the people in the valley time and time again. His Honor naturally has the same thought, but this place is located in the depths of Great Mang Mountains. Usually, very few cultivators set foot here. Gathering people is not as easy as you think. Last time, after fellow Taoist, Zhou brought you all back. There hasn't been a single newcomer. So, to accumulate enough strength is easier said than done. Then, this time, in Brother Xie's opinion, do we have a chance of success?" Xie Yunhan said, "This time the number and strength of the people in the valley are much stronger than before. Moreover, there is Brother Lu, a formation cultivator, so I feel that the chances are very high. However, we can't lower our guard. What we need to do now is to refine as many formation flags as possible and set up more formations. With the power of the formations, we can weaken that beast strength. Only then will His Honor have the possibility of taking revenge." Lu Yi said, "It seems that we have a long way to go." Xie Yunhan laughed. So, brother should understand why his honor values you so much, right? To be honest, to deal with that kind of enemy, the strength that we formation cultivators can display is what his honor relies on the most. I understand. Lu Yi nodded and said in a deep voice, I will not disappoint his honor. Then hurry up and refine the formation flags. As if because the operation was about to begin, the atmosphere in the entire Fox Immortal Valley became somber. Many cultivators did not know the specific details of the operation. They only knew that there would be a fierce battle in a few days. Under the orders of the Fox Demon, a large number of cultivation resources were distributed. Everyone was cultivating intensely, trying their best to increase their strength. Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan spent every day either recovering their spiritual power or refining formation flags. A large number of resources were consumed, and formation flags were freshly produced. After 6 days, all the materials were used up, and the number of formation flags refined had reached more than 500. With so many formation flags, it was enough to set up hundreds of formations. If they could not do anything to the giant berserk ape with the help of so many formations, then the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley could only stretch out their necks and be stabbed. When that time came, who knew how many would die? The Fox Immortal Valley was intensely preparing for revenge. At the same time, Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor, who had received Lu Ye's message, led the wolf pack out of the spiritual land and rushed in the direction of Fox Immortal Valley. Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor alone might not have the ability to go too deep into Mount Taimeng, but it was different with a wolf pack. Even if they encountered any powerful demonic beast, the wolf pack could deal with it. Now, the size of the wolf pack had expanded to more than 300. Aside from a few dozen wolf cubs that had not yet grown up, the rest were all demonic wolves with strength comparable to the Cloud River tier. Regardless of whether the Fox Demon's operation against the giant berserk ape was successful or not, after this battle, Fox Immortal Valley's strength would definitely be greatly reduced. This was also the golden opportunity that Lu Yi had been waiting for a long time. If the Fox Demon died in the battle against the giant berserk ape, that would naturally be the best. At that time, everyone's divine sense secret technique would be removed. If it did not die, then the wolf pack would attack Fox Immortal Valley and kill the Fox Demon. There was no overly complicated plan, but often the simpler the plan, the higher the possibility of success. Now, the only problem that Lu Yi had to consider was Li Baxian's safety. He and Li Baxian had the lowest cultivation in Fox Immortal Valley, but as a formation cultivator, he did not need to fight the giant berserk ape head-on. However, Li Baxian was different. No matter how strong his foundation was in the Spirit Stream tier against a Cloud River tier overlord, the effect that Li Baxian could play was extremely limited. Chapter 584. In Li Baxian's residence, Lu Yi and Li Baxian were drinking by candlelight. As Lu Yi explained, Li Baxian slowly understood the plans of Fox Immortal Valley. So it's to kill that overlord monster beast. Li Baxian showed a look of understanding. No wonder I always felt that the atmosphere in the valley was a bit strange recently. Fellow Taoist, you also seem to have a lot on her mind. The fellow Taoist he mentioned was Yu Daiwei, who had often come to Li Baxian to spar with him recently. It could be seen that Yu Daiwei had a good impression of Li Baxian, but his fourth senior brother didn't seem to have much interest in her. He simply regarded her as a like-minded fellow Taoist. Little junior brother, this is a confidential matter. Before senior announces it, you must not discuss it with others in private. Li Baxian reminded Lu Yi again. Lu Yi said, I understand. I will only tell senior brother. When the operation begins, senior brother must be careful. Li Baxian nodded. I will pay attention. Does junior brother know when the operation will begin? It should be in the next few days. Lu Yi looked dignified. I have already received the news. I will go out tomorrow to arrange the spirit array. When the spirit array is ready, the operation may begin. Then junior brother must also be careful. An overlord monster beast. I really didn't expect to fight it one day. He didn't seem nervous at all, instead looking forward to it. Early the next morning, Lu Yi pushed open the door of his residence and walked straight to the entrance of Fox Immortal Valley. In the distance, he saw more than a dozen figures waiting there, led by Zhou Yuntian. Lu Yi stepped forward and greeted everyone. Zhou Yuntian nodded, "Let's go." Saying so, he led the way, with everyone following closely behind. Among the dozen or so people, besides Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan, the rest of them weren't weak. All of them above the 7th Order. They were mainly responsible for the safety of Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan. After all, in terms of cultivation, Lu Yi was just a 4th Order and Xie Yunhan was just a 7th Order, so they really weren't that high. If they really encountered a powerful monster beast, they might not be able to resist. Whether or not these two array cultivators could arrange a powerful enough spirit array was the key to this operation. While they were arranging this spirit array, Zhou Yuntian and the others had to stand guard nearby. Along the way, demonic beasts would appear from time to time. No matter how careful everyone was, they couldn't avoid some fights. However, with only a dozen or so people, and several of them were 9th Order cultivators, Yang Kai's group managed to travel through this place without any mishaps. One day later, Zhou Yuntian, who was leading the way, stopped. He took out a map and compared it to their current location. "This is the place. Fellow Taoist Liu, fellow Taoist Ye, the two of you must use this location as the center of the formation as quickly as possible. As for how to set up the formation and what kind of formation to set up, the two of you can discuss among yourselves. Everyone else, split up into groups of 2 and keep an eye on the surroundings." "Yes." Everyone replied and dispersed. Only Lu Yi, Xie Yunhan, and Zhou Yuntian remained. Xie Yunhan looked at Lu Yi anxiously. In terms of attainments in Formation Dao, he was inferior to Lu Yi, so this time Lu Yi was in charge of setting up the formation, and he was assisting. Lu Yi didn't immediately start working on the formation. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yuntian and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have a question." "What is it?" Lu Yi asked. "How far is the giant berserk ape from here?" "Its location isn't fixed, but generally speaking, it only moves around its territory. This place is about 50 miles away from its territory. In other words, Senior wants to lure the giant berserk ape out of its territory and kill it here." "That's right. Since the giant berserk ape is an overlord-level monster beast, its intelligence shouldn't be too low. How can we guarantee that we can lure it here? The cultivators in the valley have already fought with it more than once. Won't it be vigilant? If fellow Taoist Lu is worried about this, then there's no need. It's true that the beast's intelligence is high, and it can understand humans, but it's still an overlord-level monster beast. In this Cloud River battlefield, it's the leader, so even if it notices something, it won't care too much. We did the same thing the last 2 times. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, we were able to lure it to the predetermined location each time." Lu Yi nodded. "Then there's no problem." He secretly guessed that if that was the case, the giant berserk ape's intelligence wouldn't be that high. He suddenly thought of the overlord-level monster beast he encountered in the Spirit Stream battlefield. It had already transformed into a human form, but it was still easy to deceive. It seemed that this was an unavoidable disadvantage of monster beasts. After resolving the doubts in his heart, Lu Yi flew into the air and observed the terrain below. After a while, he had a specific plan in his heart. Many of the spiritual inscriptions he had mastered were suitable for setting up formations. However, if it was used to deal with an overlord-level monster beast, there were some auxiliary formations that weren't very useful. If he wanted to successfully kill the opponent, he still had to use killing formations. Of all the killing arrays he could set up, the most powerful one was undoubtedly the explosion array. A single explosion array wouldn't pose much of a threat to an overlord-class demonic beast. But if he set up enough explosion arrays, they could still be of great use. There were also spiritual inscriptions such as lightning attraction, scorching flame, and earth formation. If they were set up individually, they could be used as spells. However, if they were used as the core to set up formations, then they would be lightning attraction formation, scorching flame formation, and earth formation. Together with the explosion formation, they could also be used to great effect. Immediately, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan set up the formations together. Formation flags were consumed one by one, and formations were formed one after another. In order to increase the power of the formations, Lu Yi even placed spirit stones in many of the formations to let the formations operate in advance and accumulate energy. Considering that the cultivators in the valley needed to fight with the giant berserk ape, most of the formations set up this time needed to be controlled by people. There were very few formations that could be triggered. For a full 3 days, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan almost didn't rest. They set up hundreds of formations in a radius of 10 miles, making the area dangerous. Lu Yi could be said to have done everything he could to set up these formations. He didn't hold back at all, although it would be beneficial for him if the strength of the Fox Immortal Valley was weakened, and he even planned to let the wolf pack kill the fox demons after this battle. The premise was that they could win the battle with the giant berserk ape. If they lost even this battle, then his and Li Baxian's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Thus, no matter what, Lu Yi didn't dare to do anything while setting up the formations. He didn't have a clear understanding of how strong a Cloud River tier overlord-level demonic beast was. But just from the current situation of the Fox Immortal Valley, the strength of the giant berserk ape would only exceed his expectations. And on the second day after all the formations were set up, the Fox Demon led the cultivators of the Fox Immortal Valley over. Everyone in the Fox Immortal Valley was mobilized, and no one was left behind. More than 80 cultivators gathered together, and Zhou Yuntian went forward to report the situation here. After hearing the report, the Fox Demon looked at Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan with praise. "You two have worked hard. If we succeed this time, you two will take the first credit." Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan both had happy and excited expressions. They repeatedly said that it was their duty to serve their lord. Such a humble performance undoubtedly made the Fox Demon very satisfied. "My lord," Lu Yi continued, "before we move out, I'd like you to familiarize yourselves with the surrounding spell formations. That way, you'll know where to protect yourselves and where to stop the enemy. Perhaps you'll be able to reduce the number of casualties." The Fox Demon nodded. "You're very considerate. Since that's the case, we'll do as you say." "Yes. Fellow Taoists, please follow me." As Lu Yi spoke, he rose into the air and flew toward the area covered by the formations. A large group of cultivators followed behind him. "This place is a trap formation. Later, if any of you can't shake off the enemy, you can come here to save your life." Lu Yi pointed at a certain place below and said. Everyone silently noted it down. "This area is filled with explosive formations, and it's under the control of fellow Xie and me. You can't stop here, especially if you're being chased by the enemy. Fellow Xie and I will activate the formations at the appropriate time to help everyone kill the enemy. This place is a lightning formation. This place is a hallucinatory formation." As Lu Yi continued to explain, the formations of the entire area appeared in the cultivators' minds one by one. The cultivators' memories were all very strong. Combined with what they saw in front of them, they could quickly outline the layout of the formations in their minds. Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up as he listened. He had participated in 2 operations against the berserk giant ape. In the past, the formations were set up by Xie Yunhan, but how could Xie Yunhan's formations have so many tricks up their sleeves? They couldn't provide much help to the Fox Immortal Valley either. However, although the formations set up by Lu Yi weren't very exquisite, at least they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. This gave him some confidence in this operation. Moreover, Lu Yi had them familiarize themselves with the formations before the operation. Clearly, he was thinking for them. When the time came, they might really need to rely on the formations to save their lives. 2 hours later, Everyone returned. Zhou Yuntian stepped forward and cupped his fists. My lord, we're ready. The fox demon's charming eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Let's move. This time, no matter the price, we must kill it. We definitely won't disappoint my lord. The cultivators promised, their battle intent surging. Lu Yi sighed in his heart. This time, no matter if they succeeded or not, these cultivators would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Their minds were controlled by the fox demon. To them, the fox demon's orders were a mission that they couldn't disobey. Even if the fox demon ordered them to die, they wouldn't frown. More than 10 figures walked out from the crowd. Under Zhou Yuntian's lead, they flew into the sky and headed in a direction. It was obvious that they were going to lure the snake out of its hole. This area was considered the border of the overlord-level demonic beasts' territory. Therefore, there were no traces of other demonic beasts. Flying like this wouldn't cause them to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts. The rest of the people were waiting quietly. Time continued to pass, until a certain moment Yu Daiwei, who had been guarding the fox demon, checked the battlefield imprint's message and said, My lord, fellow Taoist Zhou, and the others have lured it out. Chapter 585. Very good. Fox Demon's expression changed as she shouted, Prepare to attack! With that order, the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley silently circulated their spirit chi and prepared for battle. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the depths of the mountains, startling countless birds. The roar came from at least 20 to 30 kilometers away, but it still gave people a great sense of oppression. This was the might of an overlord-level monster beast. After a while, a few streaks of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Zhou Yuntian and the others who had left earlier. More than 10 of them went, but only 7 returned. The rest were nowhere to be seen. It was easy to imagine what happened to them. There was a tall figure chasing after them like a maggot. That figure couldn't fly and could only jump up and down on the ground. However, its speed was so fast that it wasn't any slower than Zhou Yuntian and the others. Every time it landed, it would cause the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The people who were being chased had panicked looks on their faces. Each of them used all their strength to increase their speed to the limit, but they still couldn't shake off the pursuer. Lu Yi looked over and found that the black figure was a giant ape covered in red fur. It was the overlord-level monster beast, marked on the map, the giant berserk ape. It was unknown what Zhou Yuntian and the others had done to it, but the giant berserk ape's eyes were filled with malevolence. Its cold, murderous intent seemed to have materialized, causing the cultivators in front to feel as if they had fallen into an eternal ice cave. The giant berserk ape jumped up high again and suddenly reached out with its hand, grabbing a cultivator at the back of the group. Although Lu Yi wasn't familiar with that cultivator, he had seen him a few times in Fox Immortal Valley and knew that he was an 8th Order cultivator. But at this moment, this 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, who could be considered a powerhouse in the entire Cloud River battlefield, was being held in the palm of the giant berserk ape like a little chick. Help! That person's eyes were filled with fear as he raised his hand to call for help. As soon as his voice fell, the giant berserk ape's hand tightened, and with a bang, his entire body exploded into a rain of blood, not even leaving behind a corpse. This scene was imprinted into the eyes of all the cultivators waiting here, and it caused their eyelids to twitch while their hearts were filled with astonishment. Before today's operation, the fox demon had already informed them of the operation's objectives. However, even though they were all mentally prepared to sacrifice their lives for the fox demon, they still felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the scene. An uncontrollable fear spread through their bodies. Many cultivators instinctively retreated, wondering in their hearts, could they really kill such a terrifying existence? An 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator had been crushed to death with a single slap. Such a visual impact caused all of their original complacency to melt like snowflakes under the scorching sun. No one would feel safe against such a person. What are you afraid of? Today either it dies or you die. No one is allowed to retreat. The fox demon opened her plump red lips and spat out her bone-chilling words. As soon as she spoke, the cultivators stopped retreating. The fear on their faces slowly disappeared and was replaced by a look of determination. The soul mystic technique planted by the fox demon had taken effect. To the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley, the fox demon's words were irresistible orders. Someone roared, "For Senior, we must kill this bastard today." The crowd was roused. "We must kill this bastard." For a moment, their fighting spirit soared. The distance of 20 kilometers was covered in a flash. Zhou Yuntian and the others had fled back in a sorry state. They had finally survived, and behind them was the giant berserk ape. Attack! Following the fox demon's order, the scattered cultivators attacked together. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the area became chaotic. The might of many imperial artifacts and techniques covered the sky as they surged towards the giant berserk ape. In an instant, the area around it turned into a whirlpool of death. When the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley attacked, the giant berserk ape had just leapt into the air. Following the explosion of many imperial artifacts and techniques, the giant ape's huge body was directly blasted down and heavily smashed into the ground. The ground cracked and dust flew. Roar! The giant ape stood up in a sorry state and roared. Visible waves of air swept forward, and the trees near it were uprooted as if they were hit by a tornado. However, it was met with even more attacks from imperial equipment and spells. Multicolored light blossomed, rendering the entire area gorgeous and colorful. Thud, 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 thud. That was the sound of the attacks hitting the giant raging ape. The giant ape, which was 30 feet tall, was actually forced to stagger back under such continuous attacks. Its body was swaying uncontrollably. Even if they lost a few people, there were still about 80 cultivators on Fox Immortal Valley's side. With such a force gathered together, how terrifying was it? For a moment, they actually suppressed the giant berserk ape's power. Seeing this scene, the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley were overjoyed. Many of them suddenly realized that this overlord-level demonic beast didn't seem to be much. It wasn't as terrifying as they imagined, so they attacked even more fiercely. Among all the cultivators, only Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan didn't participate in the siege of the giant berserk ape. The two of them were responsible for presiding over the formation that was set up in advance, so they flew in the air on their spirit artifacts. Looking at the huge figure that was constantly retreating, wrapped in the light of imperial artifacts and techniques, Lu Yi looked at the fox demon standing in the crowd. There was no joy on the fox demon's face. Instead, her expression was solemn. This made Lu Ye's heart sink. The situation wasn't as optimistic as it seemed. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, the fox demon was the one who understood the strength of the giant berserk ape the best. Her expression was undoubtedly telling. However, under such a situation, Lu Yi couldn't think of any way that the giant berserk ape could turn the situation around. With more than 80 cultivators attacking together, even if it was an overlord-level demonic beast, what could it do? Just as he was thinking about this, another earth-shaking roar came from the giant berserk ape. It seemed that because it was attacked, the overlord-level demonic beast was completely enraged. This roar was even stronger than before. When the air wave swept out, Lu Yi, who was flying on his artifact, couldn't help but sway. Looking forward, Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. In the center of the multicolored light and chaotic spiritual energy, a dazzling red light suddenly expanded like a sun. A terrifying demonic essence swept out in all directions. In the cultivators' camp, cries of alarm sounded. At this moment, the connection between themselves and their imperial artifacts was severed. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Imperial artifacts of different shapes fell beside the giant berserk ape. Looking at the luster of those imperial artifacts, it was obvious that they had lost their spirituality. This was caused by the impact of the overlord-level demonic beast's demonic essence. In the next moment, the giant berserk ape, which was originally suppressed, suddenly leaped high and broke through the heavy blockade. Its tall and burly figure carried an indescribable sense of oppression as it landed at the densest part of the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ye's pupils shrank. Without the interference of the many artifacts and spells, the giant raging ape's current state was clear at a glance. What shocked Lu Yi was that after enduring the indiscriminate bombardment of so many cultivators for more than 10 breaths, the giant raging ape was actually not injured at all. Even the red fur on its body was not damaged in the slightest. A dense and solid demonic essence wrapped around the surface of its body, forming an impenetrable defense that was as solid as gold. Lu Yi finally understood why the fox demon's expression was so serious. The overlord-level demonic beast's strength was actually stronger than he expected. In that situation, even a cultivator who had just advanced to the true lake stage wouldn't be unscathed. However, the giant berserk ape wasn't injured at all. Lu Yi still didn't know how strong it was, but this kind of defense was undoubtedly much more terrifying than some early-stage true lake-stage cultivators. Without breaking the demonic essence on its body, there was no way to injure it. If he didn't even have the ability to injure it, how could he kill it? Lu Yi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't tamper with the array and used all his strength. Otherwise, he might really be in trouble this time. Amidst the cries of alarm, the giant berserk ape landed. The ground trembled. With the ape at the center, cracks spread out like a spider web. Some cultivators who reacted quickly had already escaped. However, there were still a few cultivators who didn't react quickly enough. They only thought of running when the giant berserk ape landed in front of them. However, it was already too late. The giant berserk ape reached out and grabbed the cultivator closest to it. Amidst the cultivator's terrified cries of despair, the giant berserk ape smashed him to the ground. The cries of despair stopped abruptly. There were traces of blood and flesh on the ground. The giant berserk ape sprinted a few more steps and caught up with another cultivator. Its huge hand covered the sky and slapped down. That cultivator didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he was smashed into meat paste. It turned around and let out a short roar. With an agility that no one could understand, it scooped up a third cultivator. Then it opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Blood splattered. The upper half of the cultivator's body disappeared. The giant berserk ape didn't chase after the fleeing cultivators. It opened its mouth and spat out the upper half of the cultivator's body. The corner of its mouth was stained with blood. It raised its head and puffed out its chest. Then it raised its hands and slapped its chest. Pung, pung, pung. The dull sound was like a war hammer hitting a war drum. It was so loud that it made people's eardrums tremble. Accompanied by the slapping sound, it let out a furious roar, displaying the might of an overlord-level demonic beast. In midair, Lu Yi waved the array flag in his hand. The giant berserk ape vaguely sensed it. However, before it could react, violent spiritual energy suddenly surged around it. Then, a dazzling flame shot up into the sky, turning a large area into a purgatory. A roar sounded and spread in all directions. The flame wrapped around the giant berserk ape's body. Explosion array. However, in the next moment, the giant berserk ape's burly body rushed out of the flame. Demonic chi rolled all over its body, but it still wasn't injured at all. This was an explosion array that Lu Yi had placed with spirit stones to allow the spirit array to operate in advance. So the power it could display was at least 50% stronger than normal explosion arrays. But even so, it was still difficult to shake the protective monster chi of an overlord grade monster beast. Kill it! The demon fox roared. The panicked cultivators woke up from their daze and attacked the giant berserk ape again. Chapter 586. Boom! Boom! Loud explosions continued to be heard, accompanied by a riot of spiritual energy. Explosion arrays were activated, and the giant raging ape was blasted until it was dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the cultivators attacked again. Many weapons and spells attacked the giant ape from all directions. In the air, Lu Yi and Xia Yunhan waved the formation flags in their hands from time to activate the power of the formation. However, there was no joy on their faces, because until now, the giant berserk ape's protective demonic chi did not show any signs of being shaken. Without breaking its protective demonic chi, it was impossible to hurt it at all. Boom! Boom! A thunderbolt struck down from the sky and hit the top of the giant berserk ape's head. It was Lu Yi activating a thunder summoning formation that he had set up earlier. The thunder snake swam around the surface of the giant ape's body and was annihilated. It had no effect on it at all. The cultivators' attacks and the explosion of the formation had undoubtedly infuriated the giant berserk ape. It roared and rampaged across a large area. Everywhere it went, it set off a bloody storm. Screams could be heard from time to time. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, more than 10 people had been killed. None of the cultivators targeted by the giant berserk ape were spared. The smell of blood filled the air, and the ground was covered with traces of blood and flesh. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators' most correct response in the face of such a situation would undoubtedly be to scatter and run as far as they could. However, the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley were all planted with the sole secret technique by the fox demon. Therefore, even if the losses were huge, no one ran away under the fox demon's orders. Everyone was desperately urging their spiritual chi to attack the giant berserk ape. This was a battle that did not allow for the slightest retreat. It was also a battle where one had to fight to survive. The giant berserk ape's figure constantly rose and fell on the battlefield. Its attack method was simple and crude to the extreme. It was nothing more than a grab, a slap, and a pinch. However, it was such a simple and crude attack that made it difficult for the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley to deal with. The trapping formation and hallucinatory formation that Lu Yi had set up before played a big role. Some of the cultivators who were targeted by the trapping formation and hallucinatory formation remembered his instructions and hurriedly rushed towards the trapping formation and hallucinatory formation. As the formation operated, the giant berserk apes were trapped in it, allowing the cultivators to barely escape. But even with Lu Yi and Xia Yunhan presiding over the battle formation, they could only trap the giant berserk ape for 2 or 3 breaths of time at most. This overlord-class demonic beast really let Lu Yi experience what it meant to defeat 10 with 1 strength. Regardless of whether it was a trapping formation or an illusory formation, it could easily break through them. As time passed, the number of casualties continued to increase. Standing at the edge of the battlefield and watching the situation, the fox demon's expression was as cold as ice. She didn't care about the deaths of the cultivators. Her pair of beautiful, abyss-like eyes reflected the burly figure of the giant berserk ape. Deep within her beautiful eyes, there was an unforgettable resentment and hatred. Back then, she was just an ordinary fox demon who followed her master into the Taimong Mountains to train and cultivate. However, she accidentally entered the territory of the berserk giant ape. She could only watch as her master was slapped into meat paste by that tall figure. From that day onwards, there was only hatred left in her heart. As if blessed by the heavens, and also as if the seed of hatred had sprouted in her heart, her bloodline suddenly began to awaken, and she possessed abilities that shouldn't be possessed at the level of Cloud River Tier, allowing her plan of revenge to have a trace of success. These years, relying on her own unique abilities, she continuously recruited cultivators who entered the depths of the Taimong Mountains, increasing the strength of her subordinates. Time after time, she came to find the giant berserk ape for revenge, but returned in disappointment every time. This time, the strength of her subordinates was the strongest, and there was an additional formation cultivator who had extremely high attainments in the Tao of formations. So it was also the time with the greatest hope. If she missed this opportunity, she was afraid that there wouldn't be a next time. Xie Yunhan told Lu Yi that the fox demon also wanted to accumulate enough strength to find the giant berserk ape for revenge. But because it wasn't easy to recruit new people, the strength of the Fox Immortal Valley was ultimately unable to increase. But in fact, that wasn't the case. The fox demon did indeed have the ability to control people's minds, but this ability also had a limit. Over 80 cultivators in the Fox Immortal Valley was practically her limit, and she already had no way of enslaving more cultivators. So it wasn't that she didn't want to accumulate enough strength, but that there was no other way. Moreover, every time she enslaved an additional cultivator, the invisible sense of danger in her heart would increase a little. After so many years, that sense of danger had almost condensed into a solid form. She was clear in her heart that this was the attention of Tianji, because she possessed power that shouldn't belong to the level of Cloud River Tier, and was even using it to enslave human cultivators. To Tianji, who had always been fair and just, this was intolerable. Once that sense of danger accumulated to a certain extent, she would definitely receive punishment from Tianji. And this was her last chance, and if she still couldn't succeed this time, she wouldn't have another chance. So no matter what, she couldn't fail. What made her feel at ease was that the newly arrived formation, cultivators' attainments in the Tao of formations were indeed impressive. One formation after another exploded, continuously weakening the power of the giant berserk ape, and a great many cultivators in the valley escaped with the help of the formations that he had set up. It could be said that if it weren't for the formations that Lu Yi had set up, the side of the Fox Immortal Valley would have long been defeated. Hong, 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 loud sounds rang out one after another, and Lu Ye's expression was grave. He and Xie Yunhan had spent 3 days and set up over 100 formations in this area, but this battle had only started for a stick of incense, and half of all the formations had already been used up. Looking at the giant berserk ape, it was still completely unharmed, and its protective demonic essence was solid. On the other hand, the side of the Fox Immortal Valley had lost more than 20 people, and although the remaining people didn't retreat and were still attacking with all their might, the results were minimal. This battle, could they really win? A trace of doubt involuntarily appeared in Lu Ye's heart. At least until now, he hadn't seen the slightest hope of victory. Taking a break from the busy battle, he glanced at the fox demon. There was only one person by the fox demon's side, and that was Li Baxian. Lu Yi didn't know why the fox demon had brought Li Baxian with her. Presumably, when Zhou Yuntian had introduced Li Baxian, he had been extremely respectful, causing the fox demon to value Li Baxian even more. If this operation failed, Li Baxian would undoubtedly become the fox demon's most anticipated chess piece. It was probably because of this reason that the fox demon had allowed Li Baxian to stay by her side and not participate in the battle. However, this was something Lu Yi was happy to see. His fourth senior brother was only a fifth-order cultivator. Although his foundation was strong and his strength wasn't inferior to an average seventh-order cultivator in such a battlefield, not to mention a seventh order, even an eighth-order or ninth-order cultivator could die at any time. Of the 15 ninth-order cultivators in the valley, 3 had already died, and one of them was a body cultivator known for his powerful physique. Lu Yi saw with his own eyes that the body cultivator burst, like a bubble, in front of the giant berserk ape's palm. In the face of absolute strength, whether it was a body cultivator or an artifact cultivator, there was no difference. The number of spirit arrays continued to decrease, and the casualties of the cultivators in the valley continued to increase. But under the fox demon's orders, none of the cultivators slowed down their attacks on the giant berserk ape. The continuous attacks had not stopped since the beginning of the battle, bombarding the giant berserk ape's body. Another cultivator screamed as his body was crushed by the giant berserk ape. The remaining cultivators who were still alive were all covered in dust. The battle had only been going on for half an hour, but only 50 of the 80 cultivators had survived. Only 10 spirit arrays that Lu Yi had arranged remained. Just as Lu Ye's heart was heavy, the giant berserk ape suddenly roared and jumped high into the air, heading straight for the edge of the battlefield. This scene made Lu Ye's eyes light up. In previous battles, the giant berserk ape would also jump around, but it would always jump into the densest areas of the crowd. But this time it was different. Looking at the giant berserk ape's posture, it seemed that it wanted to leave the battlefield. It was in the middle of showing off its might, yet it was making such a strange move. Lu Yi couldn't help but think, this guy is about to reach its limit. Among the nearly 100 spirit arrays, 80% were killing arrays. 1 or 2 spirit arrays wouldn't pose much of a threat to it, but after a long time, even if it wasn't injured, it would consume a lot of energy. Not to mention, the cultivators in the valley had been constantly besieging it since the beginning. Therefore, even if this overlord-level spirit beast still looked majestic, it was probably an arrow at the end of its flight. If Lu Yi could think of this, how could the fox demon, who had been paying attention to the giant berserk ape, not have? Seeing that the giant berserk ape was about to leave the battlefield, she immediately shouted, "Stop it! Don't let it get away." Over the years, they had besieged the giant berserk ape again and again, and each time they were defeated. There had never been a situation where the giant berserk ape took the initiative to leave the battlefield. This was the first time. It was also the closest they had ever been to success. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't let it escape. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be for naught. Following the fox demon's order, several cultivators fearlessly flew into the air and met the giant berserk ape head-on. Each of them attacked, wanting to knock it down. However, the giant berserk ape only waved its hand, and the cultivator closest to it exploded into a cloud of blood. When the others' attacks landed on the giant berserk ape, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. The fox demon was secretly anxious. At this moment, when the giant berserk ape reached the highest point, Lu Yi suddenly waved an array flag in his hand. On the ground, a series of complex patterns lit up with dazzling light. Then, an invisible pressure fell from the sky. Several cultivators who were flying in the air to stop the giant berserk ape suddenly felt a mountain pressing down on their heads. Each of them cried out strangely and fell from the sky. The giant berserk ape was the same, and its falling speed was even faster than the cultivators. When it fell, a human-like look of confusion appeared on its face. It obviously didn't know what was going on. Forbidden Sky. Back in the spiritual land, Lu Yi activated the Forbidden Sky formation, causing Xiaoliang and the others to suffer a loss. Now that they were going to deal with an overlord-level spirit beast, they naturally wouldn't lack a Forbidden Sky formation. Previously, he wasn't sure if the giant berserk ape could fly or not. He had arranged this formation just in case, but he didn't expect it to play a miraculous role at this time. Chapter 587. Boom! The giant ape landed awkwardly, and its huge body smashed into the dust. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. As it landed, the solid body protecting demonic essence on the surface of its body showed a trace of violent vibration. It had to be known that before, whether it was the power of the formation or the attacks of the cultivators, they were unable to shake its protective demonic essence in the slightest. At this moment, it was simply falling from midair, but there was actually such a violent vibration. It was obviously not normal. It was about to reach its limit. All the cultivators who saw this scene had this thought in their hearts: kill. When a roar came out, more violent and intensive attacks than before covered the place where the giant ape landed. The already turbulent body protecting demonic essence shook even more violently. The giant ape climbed up awkwardly and roared violently. The sound waves swept out, and several cultivators nearby immediately felt a stinging pain in their eardrums. Blood flowed out of their ears, but they did not retreat a step. Instead, They madly urged their spiritual power to attack the giant ape. The giant ape, once again, leapt into the air. However, under the cover of the forbidden flight array, the higher it was from the ground, the greater the pressure it had to endure. For an overlord-level demonic beast like it, jumping hundreds of meters normally wasn't a problem at all. However, this time it was only able to jump less than 10 meters before it was powerless to continue. Moreover, under the pressure of the forbidden flight array, it quickly fell back to the ground. It obviously noticed that something was wrong and no longer made useless efforts. Instead, it rushed in a direction. It was obvious that it wanted to break through by force. "Don't let it escape!" The fox demon shouted angrily. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators rushed out in a flash, blocking the direction of the giant ape's escape. At the front were a few burly physique cultivators with large shields in their hands. Spells and weapons bombarded wildly, but they still could not stop the giant ape from breaking through. When it came close, the cultivators roared and put up the large shields in front of them. Their blood and chi surged as they forcibly blocked it. The giant ape swept its hand, and the cultivator at the forefront was directly swept away with a muffled groan. He vomited blood in midair and fell unconscious when he landed, followed by the second cultivator. The third, wherever the giant ape passed, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. No cultivator could face it head-on. Just as the giant ape was about to break out of the encirclement, a fierce flame suddenly erupted, and a deafening explosion sounded. The flame rolled over and over, enveloping the giant ape. The few remaining explosion arrays exploded with their final brilliance. In the next moment, the great ape's burly figure tore through the flames and charged out. However, before it could even take a few steps, another large array formation was activated. A transparent, bowl-like curtain of light instantly enveloped the great ape. The great ape crashed into the curtain of light. The curtain of light rippled, but it didn't break. Instead, the great ape was knocked back several steps. Trapping array. It was originally meant to be used by the cultivators of Immortal Fox Valley to protect their lives. Unexpectedly, it had played an unexpected role at this moment. The giant ape roared angrily, and its huge palm turned into a fist, bombarding the barrier of the trapping array. With just 2 or 3 simple punches, the light barrier shattered. However, this delay of a few breaths allowed the surviving cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley to complete the encirclement. At the same time that the light screen shattered, attacks from all directions arrived as scheduled. Colorful lights drowned the giant ape. A painful roar came from the center of the spiritual energy riot, accompanied by the faint sound of something shattering. After a full 5 breaths, the giant ape finally charged out of the concentrated attacks. However, its current appearance shook the spirits of all the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley. The demonic chi protection that originally enveloped its body had disappeared without a trace. Its red fur was damaged. Not only that, there were many wounds on its body that were dripping with blood. Good. The fox demon, who had been paying attention to this scene, revealed a look of joy. "Master, did you see that? After so many years of perseverance and waiting, there's finally a result. Today, Sien can avenge you." After breaking the great ape's demonic chi protection, the originally insufferably arrogant Lord-level demonic beast was now in a sorry state. Seeing that victory was in sight, the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley attacked even more fiercely. The great ape roared angrily and raised its arms to block in front of its body. However, it was still unable to block the attacks of the spells and Imperial equipment. The injuries on its body increased. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, without the demonic chi protection, it would have already died under such a concentrated attack. However, an Lord-level demonic beast was still an Lord-level demonic beast. Its physical body was unbelievably strong. Although there were many injuries on its body, they were only superficial. It no longer had the awe-inspiring aura it had when it first arrived. It also sensed that its situation was not good. It should have been invincible in the Cloud River battlefield, but it suddenly smelled the scent of death. This caused its mind to be somewhat flustered. It instinctively charged towards a direction to break out of the encirclement. However, it had only taken a few steps before it was beaten back by the violent attacks of the cultivators there. It changed directions, but it was still the same. Although many cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley had died, there were still about 50 people left, facing an Lord-level demonic beast that had exhausted its demonic chi. They naturally had the upper hand. If there were no accidents, it would not be long before the giant berserk ape was killed by the cultivators. Killing an Lord-level demonic beast was something that no one dared to think about before. However, at this moment, such a victory was easily obtainable. In such a situation, even without the orders of the Fox Immortal Valley, the cultivators of the valley did not hold back. However, at this moment, the giant berserk ape suddenly roared. When it opened its mouth, a resplendent earthen yellow light burst forth from its mouth. That halo turned into a straight line and charged forward. Wherever it passed, all the techniques and imperial equipment lost their luster. It destroyed everything in its path. A body cultivator who bore the brunt of the attack was stunned on the spot. Only when the earthen yellow light disappeared from his eyes did he lower his head to look at his chest in a daze. What he saw caused his pupils to shrink. He did not know when, but a bull-sized hole had appeared in his chest, piercing through his entire body. He only felt his vision turn black as he fell to the ground, as if there was some kind of chain reaction. When the first body cultivator fell, 7 or 8 cultivators behind him all fell to the ground. Each of them had a bull-sized hole in their bodies and their lives were slim. Most people did not know what had happened. Lu Yi, who was standing in the air and paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, clearly saw that the earthen yellow light was the color of the demonic core. Just now, the giant berserk ape had directly used its own demonic core. He had heard that demonic beasts could use their demonic cores to attack when in a desperate situation. However, not every demonic beast had such an ability. After all, the demonic core was the crystallization of a demonic beast's strength. Once it left its body, its vitality would be greatly damaged, and if it was serious, it would immediately lose its life. Therefore, even if some demonic beasts had such an ability, they would not dare to use it unless they had no other choice. The giant berserk ape had used its demonic core at this time. It was clearly forced into a desperate situation and was going all out. The result was the death of 7 or 8 cultivators in the direction of the demonic core's attack. This scene caused him to feel a chill all over his body. When fighting against an overlord-level demonic beast, one really could not be careless. It was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, but it still had such a terrifying method. He was only glad that he was a formation cultivator in Fox Immortal Valley and did not need to participate in this battle. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be one of the dead cultivators. This was not something that could be avoided with enough caution. The cultivators who could survive were not stronger, but lucky. Originally, the encirclement was impenetrable. No matter which direction the giant berserk ape tried to break through, it would be beaten back by the cultivators. However, with the attack of the demonic core, a gap had appeared in the encirclement. Almost at the same time that the earthen yellow light was annihilated, the giant berserk ape broke out of the encirclement. Midway, it retrieved its demonic core and fled into the distance. The surviving cultivators were clearly shocked by the attack just now. They were unable to stop it for a moment. "What are you still standing there for?" The fox demon shouted. Her face, which should have been an outstanding beauty, was now distorted and sinister. Extremely vicious words came out of her mouth. "If it escapes today, all of you will die." As soon as she said that, the cultivator's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Yuntian, who was covered in blood, raised his arm and shouted, "Chase!" He immediately flew into the air and charged in the direction that the giant berserk ape had escaped. The surviving cultivators followed closely behind. The giant berserk ape had been beaten until its demonic energy was exhausted. It was forced to use its demonic core to attack. At this moment, it could be said that its vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, even if it ran out of the range of the sky ceiling formation, its speed was not fast. In just a moment, the cultivators caught up to the giant berserk ape. The battle began again, but this time the cultivators completely had the upper hand. The fox demon also followed. Things like revenge naturally had to be done personally. Only then would it be more meaningful. Xie Yunhan called out to Lu Yi and flew over as well. Lu Yi was a short distance behind. While no one was paying attention to him, he raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint to send out a message. By the time Lu Yi arrived at the battlefield, the situation was already very clear. Although the giant berserk ape was fighting with all its might, its demonic energy was exhausted. Using its demonic core to attack had greatly damaged its vitality. At this moment, its body was covered in wounds, and its strength was not even half of its peak. Although the number of cultivators on the Fox Immortal Valley's side had been reduced by more than half, there were still nearly 40 people. Under the premise that it could not fly, how could the giant berserk ape be a match? As time passed, the giant berserk ape's momentum became weaker and weaker. The wounds on its body also increased. The blood flowing from its body dyed the ground under its feet red. Until a certain moment when it could no longer hold on, its burly body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was not dead, but it no longer had the strength to continue fighting. The surviving cultivators surrounded it. There was no cheering or excitement, only deep reverence. The losses in today's battle were too heavy. The fox demon parted the crowd and walked forward with flirtatious steps. The hatred in its eyes was so condensed that it was almost tangible. "Supreme One, be careful!" Zhou Yuntian shouted in a low voice. He and a few other cultivators followed closely beside the fox demon. The fox demon flew into the air and stood a few feet above the giant berserk ape. It looked down with a cold expression, but its eyes were filled with satisfaction. "You also have a day like this." Chapter 588. The giant ape lay quietly on the ground, gasping for air with its mouth wide open. The light in its eyes was dim. "Seal its limbs." The fox demon clenched her teeth and ordered. Immediately, many cultivators rushed out with spirit weapons in their hands. They fiercely stabbed the giant ape's limbs, firmly nailing it to the ground. Blood splattered. The giant ape showed a painful expression. It instinctively struggled, but to no avail. It had completely exhausted its strength. The fox demon reached out and grabbed a sword from a cultivator's hand. She floated down and stepped on the giant ape's chest. Her body was half tilted and her chest was exposed. But at this moment, no cultivator had the courage to admire this rare beauty. "Do you still recognize me?" The fox demon's eyes were filled with pleasure. The words that came out of her mouth were bone-chilling. "I said, 'One day you will die by my hands.' I have waited for this day for 18 years. 18 years. Her face showed an expression that was unsure whether to cry or laugh. 18 years of waiting, failure after failure. The hatred that filled her heart could finally be vented at this moment. She held the sword hilt with both hands and aimed it at the giant ape's chest. She raised it high and gritted her teeth. "Die." The long sword fiercely stabbed down. A light sound was heard. Blood splattered. The long sword went straight to the hilt. After suffering such a heavy blow, a trace of clarity flashed through the huge ape's gloomy eyes. It let out a furious roar and suddenly raised one of its arms that should have been immobilized on the ground. As the group of cultivators cried out in alarm, it sent a slap towards the fox demon. The fox demon's expression changed. She didn't expect that her enemy still had the strength to fight back in such a state. She also didn't expect that it still had the ability to break free from its restraints. Her reaction was also fast. Almost at the moment the giant ape raised its hand, she floated back. But she was still affected by the giant ape's attack. Her tall and graceful body was like a falling leaf. Supreme One. The group of cultivators turned pale with fright. The fox demon fell to the ground in a sorry state. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face suddenly turned pale, and her aura was violently fluctuating. She was only slightly hit by the giant ape's attack, and she was already so heavily injured. If she didn't react fast enough, she would have died. Kill it! The fox demon roared with hatred. The cultivators obeyed. Many attacks fell on the giant ape, but it didn't respond. The slap that hit the fox demon was the last sound of its life. Zhou Yuntian, who was covered in injuries, rushed to the fox demon and asked with concern, "Supreme One, how are your injuries?" The fox demon slowly shook its head. Zhou Yuntian hurriedly took out a healing pill from his storage bag and offered it to the fox demon. The fox demon did not stand on ceremony and swallowed it. A moment later, a pale-faced Yudaiwei came forward with an earthy yellow monster core in her hands and reported, "Your Honor, the giant ape is dead!" The fox demon opened her eyes and looked at the demon pill in front of her. She nodded slightly, her expression calm with a hint of confusion. 18 years. She had spent every single day of these 18 years in hatred. Now that she had gotten her revenge, she was elated. But at the same time, she felt a sense of emptiness. It was as if she had lost her goal in life. He raised his head and looked at the many cultivators under his command. Almost all of them were injured and covered in dirt. She. Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan bowed and thanked her. "Rest here. We'll return to the valley in 6 hours." "Yes," the cultivators answered. After the battle, everyone relaxed. They looked for a place to rest. There was no need to be vigilant. This was the territory of the overlord-level demonic beasts. No demonic beasts dared to come here. However, less than half of them were still alive. Even with this half, many of them were heavily injured. It had to be said that was with the assistance of the hundreds of magic arrays that Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan had set up in advance. Additionally, the cultivators were under the control of the fox Yaos and were fighting to the death. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Additionally, the cultivation bases of the cultivators from Immortal Fox Valley were generally higher. If the cultivators were to form a group to kill the giant berserk ape, they would need at least 200 to 300 people. The terror of overlord-level demonic beasts was evident. Among the cultivators, only 3 were uninjured. Li Baxian, Lu Yi, and Xie Yunhan were in charge of the formations. The cultivators were meditating. The fox demon was also healing. Lu Yi said, "Fellow Daoxia, you should go and rest. I'll set up some vigilance formations." Xie Yunhan nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Lu Yi walked to a place not far away. As he set up the formations, he raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint. He sent a message. Soon there was a reply. Lu Yi checked, and his eyes flashed. A moment later, he quietly returned and sat down cross-legged, not far from the fox demon. He stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth and silently refined them. Time passed. At a certain moment, some rustling sounds came from the quiet forest. The cultivators had excellent hearing. Hearing these sounds, the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. However, before they could figure out what was going on, huge wolves with silver fur suddenly appeared in front of them. These giant wolves swarmed out from all directions, surrounding everyone in an airtight encirclement. In the next moment, these demonic wolves seemed to have discussed it. On average, 6 to 7 wolves targeted a cultivator and directly attacked. Enemy attack! A furious roar broke the silence. Many cultivators stood up and immediately fought against the attacking demonic wolves. Zhou Yuntian shouted, "Protect the Venerable One!" While shouting, he ran towards the fox demon. However, he had only taken a few steps before he was entangled by several demonic wolves. Somewhere in the crowd, Li Baxin gazed at this scene with astonishment. As he watched those familiar wolves dashing about on the battlefield, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in his heart. However, before he could figure it out, a figure descended from the sky and landed before him. Li Baxin's expression changed. Yuechan. He never thought that Feng Yuechan would appear in front of him like this. Senior brother. Feng Yuechan stared at Li Baxin's eyes. She couldn't see anything special from his expression. However, with Lu Ye's previous messages, how could she not know that her senior brother's mind had been enslaved by the fox demon? She couldn't see anything unusual from his appearance. Why are you? Before Li Baxin could finish his words, he suddenly reacted and turned to look at the fox demon. The scene that entered his eyes made his soul fly out of his body. At some point, Lu Yi had arrived at the fox demon's side, looking like a loyal protector. However, just as everyone's attention was attracted by the sudden appearance of the wolf pack, the long saber in his hand suddenly ignited with flames. He aimed at the fox demon's back, and with lightning speed, he thrust the saber forward. With a soft sound, the mountain coiling saber pierced through the fox demon's back and came out through her chest. The fox demon's eyes instantly widened. The other cultivators around her also felt a chill run down their spines. No one would have thought that Lu Yi would suddenly kill the fox demon. A faint light flashed on the mountain coiling saber as the grand thrust spirit inscriptions strengthened it. It was undeniable that the fox demon was very strong. Judging from the sword strike she had used to kill the great ape, her strength was comparable to a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Lu Yi was no match for her in a head-on confrontation. However, she had been injured by the giant ape and was distracted by the sudden appearance of the wolf pack. In addition, she didn't think that the cultivators under her command would actually try to kill her, so she was completely unprepared for it. The fox demon's body was pierced through by the saber. Her expression was already twisted in pain, and the sudden eruption of the grand thrust spirit inscriptions caused her to cry out in pain. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and fragments of her internal organs could be vaguely seen. Lu Yi, angry roars rang out. The cultivators standing beside the fox demon finally reacted and attacked Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi had expected this situation when he attacked. When he succeeded, he drew his saber and repelled the fox demon, bringing out a burst of hot blood from the fox demon's body. Layers of defensive spirit tattoos appeared in front of him. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the huge impact sent Lu Yi flying. When he landed on the ground, he saw the cultivators rushing towards him with boundless killing intent. Just a moment ago, he was a great hero praised by the fox demon, making all the cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley envious. Now he was an enemy they had to kill. For these cultivators in the valley, the fox demon was their sky. Lu Ye's sudden betrayal was undoubtedly intolerable. Standing in place, Lu Yi did not move at all. Just as the cultivators were about to reach him, wolf howls came from behind him. Demon wolves the size of calves rushed out to meet the cultivators, and a battle immediately broke out. Separated by several dozen feet, the fox demon's gaze met with Lu Ye's. Her beautiful eyes trembled and were filled with disbelief. "You how?" Even now, she was still unable to accept the fact that one of her subordinates had suddenly stabbed her. On the other side, seeing the fox demon injured, Li Baxin wanted to come and protect her. However, Feng Yuechan activated her spirit chi, and a huge cloud giant, several dozen feet tall, appeared in front of Li Baxin and stopped him. Her heart was filled with bitterness, but she didn't try to persuade Li Baxin. She knew that if she wanted to lift the soul secret technique, She had to let Lu Yi kill the fox demon. Her only task now was to keep Li Baxin busy and not let him get close to Lu Yi. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk, it was as if a war hammer had struck the ground, causing the ground to tremble. A tall and burly figure rapidly approached the fox demon. When he was close enough, he punched out. The sound of the punch piercing through the air showed just how terrifying its power was. Shockingly, it was the attack of the giant armor. In the fox demon's current state, if she was hit by this punch, even if her strength was comparable to a Cloud River Realm Ninth Order, she would die without a doubt. As she retreated, her eyes shone with a demonic light. Giant armor's burly figure was reflected in her eyes. A strange energy fluctuated. Lu Yi, who was rushing towards the fox demon, felt this strange energy, and his heart inexplicably jumped. A sense of unease grew in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 589. Looking up, he saw that giant armor was still in his punching posture with a look of intense struggle on his face. In an instant, he stood in front of the fox demon and threw a punch at Lu Yi. Lu Yi leaped away and dodged the attack. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. In just a short exchange, Giant Armor's mind had been enslaved by the fox demon. What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? Lu Yi did not know how the fox demon could enslave a person's mind. He only guessed that it was her innate talent. However, according to the information Lu Yi had, even if the fox demon wanted to do this, she had to have direct contact with a person. Previously, when he pretended to be unconscious and was brought back to Fox Immortal Valley, the fox demon reached out and touched his forehead, then used a secret technique. He never thought that the fox demon would be able to use this secret technique from a distance without any direct contact. Furthermore, Giant Armor had once followed him into the soul-cleansing pool and tempered its soul there. Although it didn't benefit as much as he did, its soul was still much tougher than cultivators of the same level. Even so, it was enslaved by her with a single glance. The power of this fox demon's innate ability was far beyond Lu Ye's imagination. Lu Yi was caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Her trusted helper suddenly stood on the opposite side of her. What puzzled Lu Yi even more was why the fox demon did not die after being hit by his blade. His blade was aimed at the fox demon's heart. When it pierced through the fox demon's body, it was reinforced with thorny spirit patterns. There was no reason for the fox demon to survive. However, although this fellow's aura was as weak as a candle in the wind, she did not die. After forcing Lu Yi back with a punch, Giant Armor suddenly turned around and picked up the fox demon, who was vomiting blood. He leaped into the sky and fled into the depths of Great Mang Mountain. Oh no! If he let Giant Armor take the fox demon away, then all his plans today would be for naught. He had waited in Fox Immortal Valley for so long, and today's opportunity finally came. There would be no next time. Furthermore, he had already been exposed today. If he really let Giant Armor take the fox demon away, he might not be able to find them in the future. Just as Lu Yi was thinking this, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of the Giant Armor. It was Yi who had been hiding nearby. At this moment, Yi went straight for the Giant Armor. She raised her hands and blasted out a few spells. The Giant Armor did not dodge, and the spells collided with the sky full of sparks. It held the severely injured fox demon in one hand and formed a fist with the other. It mercilessly punched at Yi. Lu Ye's heart tightened. However, at this moment, the 9-front formation appeared in Yi's hand. It expanded in the wind and turned into a giant screen that covered the sky, covering the Giant Armor. Caught off guard, Giant Armor's fist smashed into the formation map. It was as if it had smashed into an invisible space, and its entire arm was swallowed up. The Giant Armor wanted to retreat, but Lu Yi had already charged over. He kicked the Giant Armor's back viciously. It was as if he was kicking steel, and a dull thud was heard. He kicked the Giant Armor right into the 9-front formation. On the map, Two figures immediately appeared in the middle of a stone forest. "Well done," Lu Yi praised. He followed closely behind the giant armor and plunged into the nine-front formation. Inside the nine-front formation, the gloomy sky was like thick cotton wool, pressing down on one's heart to the point of suffocation. Strange vortexes rotated slowly in the sky, and the entire world gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This was not a real world to begin with. It was just the space inside the nine-front formation. The giant armor was still holding the fox demon. It stood quietly under a stone pillar, glaring fiercely at Lu Yi, who had chased after it. The expression on its face was unfamiliar to Lu Yi. The fox demon was still coughing up blood, a look of panic that had never appeared on her face before. Compared to her own tragic experience, what shocked her the most was Lu Ye's sudden betrayal. She had never thought that a cultivator under her command would betray her one day, and even bring her such great pain. They were dozens of feet apart. The giant armor did not move, and neither did Lu Yi. Although the giant armor's cultivation was the same as his, no one in this world knew better than Lu Yi how strong the giant armor's physical body was. If it was a fight to the death, he could certainly defeat the giant armor, but he would not have it easy either. However, the giant armor's mind was now enslaved. If he did not deal with the giant armor, he would not be able to cause any harm to the fox demon. It was truly a headache. "Who exactly are you?" the fox demon shouted through gritted teeth. Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently. His gaze was calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. After entering the nine-front formation, the fox demon was dead for sure. Now he needed to think about how to bypass the giant armor and kill the fox demon. "You were never affected by my secret technique, were you?" the fox demon asked again. At this point, she finally understood something. Today's encounter was definitely not a coincidence. Lu Yi had planned it all along. He took advantage of the fact that the Fox Immortal Valley's people were relaxed after the battle with the giant raging ape, and their strength was greatly weakened. He suddenly attacked and caught her off guard. At this moment, Yi's voice suddenly entered Lu Ye's ears. "Lu Yi, do you want to send in some demon wolves to help?" No, Lu Yi hurriedly refused. It would have been fine if he did not know that the fox demon could enslave people's minds from afar. Now that he knew, he could not allow anyone or demon beasts to enter the nine-front formation. Otherwise, not only would they be of help, but they would also make the situation worse. Even the giant armor could not block the fox demon's secret technique, let alone demon wolves. If he really sent them in, they would only become the fox demon's helpers. Therefore, he was the only one fighting in today's battle. Apart from Yi, he could not rely on anyone else. "I'll act according to the circumstances," Lu Yi softly muttered. His body arched slightly, and the mountain plate saber was held vertically in front of him. He stared at the giant armor and got into an attacking posture. In the next instant, dust flew under his feet. With the support of wind travel, his body pounced forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the giant armor. The fiery saber slashed down viciously at the fox demon in the giant armor's arms. The giant armor raised its right arm. A mystic light bloomed on its right arm, forming a shield. The saber slashed down with a clanging sound. The force of the impact caused Lu Ye's body to lean back slightly. However, the mystic light shield on the giant armor's arm only trembled slightly. In the next instant, the mountain plate saber slashed down again, mercilessly at the fox demon. The fox demon's pupils shrank. Lu Ye's position in the immortal Fox Valley had always been an array cultivator. The fox demon's greatest understanding of him was that he was extremely accomplished in the Tao of arrays. This time, the immortal Fox Valley was able to smoothly kill the giant berserk ape because of the many spirit arrays arranged by Lu Yi. However, the fox demon had never expected that the array cultivator she relied heavily on would be able to display such strength. Lu Yi was only a fourth-order cultivator, but his strength was not inferior to the 6th or Seventh Order cultivators in the valley. What surprised her even more was the giant armor's performance. Enslaving the giant armor was something she did out of helplessness. She never expected that this burly man, who had the same cultivation as Lu Yi and whom she had only met for the first time, would have such an eye-catching performance. These two, where did these monsters come from? I seem to have enslaved an incredible guy. Just as the fox demon's mind was wavering, Lu Yi and the giant armor had already clashed more than 10 times. Every time Lu Yi slashed down, he used his full strength without holding back. Every strike he slashed down was completely blocked by the giant armor. Although the fox demon knew that the giant armor's physique was strong and his defense was impressive, it was only after fighting him that she truly realized how terrifying his defense was. Although the giant armor was not injured, he was still in a difficult position under Lu Ye's continuous attacks. First, he was the passive party, and second, he had to spare some energy to protect the fox demon in his arms. Even if he didn't have any worries, he might not be Lu Ye's match if he were to fight him to the death, let alone now. Under the heavy blows of the saber, the giant armor's figure was constantly pushed back. On the other hand, Lu Ye's figure was getting closer and closer as the pressure on his body grew stronger and stronger. The fox demon sensed that something was wrong and suddenly raised her eyes to look at Lu Yi. Her beautiful eyes immediately turned into an abyss as the strange energy, fluctuated again. Even if she guessed that Lu Yi was unlikely to be affected by her secret technique, the fox demon still couldn't help but want to try. The strange energy invaded Lu Ye's mind, and his innate talent immediately ignited with a faint gray mist. The fox demon's eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, this guy has absolute resistance to my secret technique. But she really couldn't understand how a Fourth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator could resist it. No matter how strong his mind is, it doesn't make sense that he wouldn't be affected by my secret technique. Another saber slashed down. As the saber fell, the mountain saber flashed with a brilliant light. The heavy pressure spirit rune was added to it. Giant armor, who had raised his arm to block this attack, instantly lowered his body. He felt a tremendous force pressing down on him. He roared furiously, and a vast and violent power gushed out from his body, wanting to resist the suppression of this power. But in the next moment, the heavy pressure suddenly disappeared. The sudden change overwhelmed giant armor. His impregnable defense finally revealed a flaw, and even his figure staggered. Lu Yi pulled out his saber and stabbed it straight at the fox demon's face. A look of horror appeared on the fox demon's pale face. The fiery red saber light reflected in her beautiful eyes, rapidly magnified in her vision. But in the end, the saber didn't take her life. At the critical moment, giant armor grabbed the mountain saber and gritted his teeth, refusing to let go even though the sharp edge of the saber cut his big hand and made it bleed. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He leaped up and kicked out, using the rebound force to distance himself from giant armor. Pooh. The fox demon coughed up blood. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. Although she had been protected by the giant armor all this time and hadn't been injured by Lu Yi, the battle between Lu Yi and the giant armor had been so violent that no matter how well the giant armor had protected her, she had still been injured quite a bit. Normally, this kind of shockwave wouldn't have affected her much, but she had been injured by the giant berserk ape and then Lu Ye's sneak attack. Now that she was seriously injured, the shockwaves from the repeated clashes were extremely uncomfortable. Giant armor obviously noticed this. He lowered his head and looked at the fox demon in his arms, his eyes full of worry. Chapter 590. Before Lu Yi deployed and carried out his plan, he would never have thought that giant armor would be the one to obstruct his plan. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. At this point, if he wanted to kill the fox demon under giant armor's protection, he would have to kill giant armor first. This was an outcome that Lu Yi absolutely could not accept. Although his attack just now was ruthless and extremely violent, That was because he knew that giant armor could withstand it, so he did not hold back at all. At that moment, Lu Ye's eyes involuntarily lit up when he saw the fox demoness vomit blood. He suddenly discovered that he did not have to kill the giant armor to kill the fox demoness. He only needed to maintain his previous attacks. The giant armor could withstand it, but the heavily injured fox demoness definitely would not be able to withstand the shockwaves from their clash, no matter how well the giant armor protected her. With that thought, Lu Yi pounced on giant armor again. His blood, qi, and spiritual power surged as he brazenly attacked. His ferocious slashes were blocked time and time again. Every collision caused giant armor's body to tremble, and even the fox demon in his arms was affected. As time passed, giant armor's spiritual power protection was constantly shattered and reformed. Lu Yi was also panting. With his current strength, he could basically finish off a cultivator of the same level with a single slash. However, Lu Yi felt deeply powerless against giant armor. This fellow's defense was simply too strong. However, the effect was very obvious. Although giant armor was not injured, the fox demon in his arms was constantly bleeding, and her aura was getting weaker. Until a certain moment, when Lu Ye's slash landed, giant armor's fist blasted out, hitting the mountain slash squarely. The spiritual power on the fist shattered, and a trace of a dent appeared on giant armor's fist. Lu Yi was also sent flying by the impact of this punch. At this moment, the fox demon, who had been protected in giant armor's arms and was as fragile as a candle in the wind, suddenly leaped up and pounced straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was horrified. Ever since she was sucked into the 9-front formation, the fox demon was so weak that she could die at any moment. As Lu Yi and giant armor fought, her condition became worse and worse, causing Lu Yi to think that she was about to die. But now, looking at her posture, everything just now was just a disguise, all for this momentary counterattack. This caught Lu Yi off guard. As her figure flew through the air, the fox demon's pale face was filled with ruthlessness and determination. 5 sharp nails suddenly pierced out of her jade hand and clawed at Lu Ye's head. Lu Yi hurriedly steadied himself and slashed out with a saber, directly splitting the fox demon's figure into 2. There were no screams, no blood, and there wasn't even the slightest sensation of cutting anything. A great danger came from behind, accompanied by Yi's cry of alarm. The fox demon's figure in front of him collapsed. It was only an afterimage. At the same time, Lu Yi clearly sensed a fatal aura approaching a foot behind him. During this period of time, under Xiao Yang's guidance, he had cultivated the Heart's Eye Secret technique. Every day, he would train himself in the Mirage realm. His Heart's Eye Secret technique had reached the small completion, and he could clearly sense any attack that came within 1 foot of him. His body reacted before his mind. A defensive spirit rune suddenly appeared behind his head, and at the same time, Lu Yi stabbed out with his saber. With a cracking sound, the defense that had just taken shape shattered. Lu Yi felt a cold, stinging sensation from the top of his head as a sharp aura pierced through his skin and pressed against his skull. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his body and mind. Lu Yi knew that if the other party didn't stop, he would definitely die in the next moment. Fortunately, he stabbed his saber behind him while activating the defensive spirit rune. It was this move that saved him from the fate of being killed. The fox demon decisively stopped and flew out. If she didn't stop, she would definitely end up in a situation where she perished together with Lu Yi. This was something she absolutely couldn't accept. In front, giant armor, who had been blasted back, stabilized himself and was about to pounce on Lu Yi. Lu Yi growled, "Yi!" As soon as he said that, an invisible force appeared out of thin air. The space around giant armor distorted, and then giant armor disappeared. He had been forcefully sent out of the 9-spirit array by Yi. The 9-spirit array was a spirit artifact, grade treasure. As Yi's cultivation increased, the power she could unleash increased. Yi's current strength was comparable to a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. She could control the 9-spirit array, and not only could she draw enemies into the array, she could also interfere with them to a certain extent. Giant Armor had been guarding the fox demon in his arms. Lu Yi was originally thinking about how to separate them. As long as he separated them, Yi could use the power of the 9-spirit array to send Giant Armor away. Then he would be able to attack the fox demon without restraint. However, Giant Armor never gave him this opportunity. He didn't expect that the fox demon would create such a good opportunity to kill him. How could he miss such an opportunity? Even without Lu Ye's order, she would have sent Giant Armor away immediately. When Giant Armor suddenly disappeared, a look of panic flashed across the fox demon's pale face. She knew that she had made an extremely stupid decision. She was so regretful that her intestines turned green. Her original intention was to kill Lu Yi. In fact, if she hadn't flinched at that moment, Lu Yi would have died without a doubt. However, how could she be willing to die together with Lu Yi? Now that Giant Armor had been sent out of the 9-spirit array, she was left to face Lu Yi alone. Everything pointed to disaster. A bitter smile appeared on the fox demon's face. She had finally gotten her revenge, but she didn't expect to fall into such a dangerous situation in the blink of an eye. Was it retribution for all the bad things she had done over the years? Lu Yi turned around. There was a 5-fingered mark on his head. Blood flowed out and slid down his cheeks, adding a hint of ferocity to his calm expression. "It's just you and me," he said calmly. The flames on the mountain coiling saber ignited again. A look of determination appeared on the fox demon's tired and weak face. Even though she knew that she was doomed this time, she wouldn't just sit and wait for death. She hadn't gone back to comfort her master and tell him that she had gotten her revenge, so she couldn't die no matter what. She didn't know where her strength came from, but the fox demon, who was supposed to be at the end of her rope, suddenly revealed her true form with a muffled sound. She was a heavenly fox that was more than 10 feet tall. She had snow white fur all over her body, a pointy mouth and green eyes. Behind her, 6 furry tails swayed wantonly. Although she was in her true form, the fox demon still gave off an extremely seductive feeling. Anyone who saw her would probably fall for her. Even Lu Yi, who was determined to kill, was slightly shaken when he saw the fox demon's true form. However, his eyes quickly regained their clarity. The fox demon let out a low growl. Lu Ye's figure was reflected in her green eyes. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Without waiting for Lu Yi to attack, she suddenly swung her furry tails. Several balls of pink fox fire suddenly shot towards Lu Yi at an incredible speed. At the same time, she dashed towards Lu Yi. The long saber in Lu Ye's hand slashed down, shattering several balls of foxfire. However, the shattered foxfire didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into even smaller flames. Lu Yi didn't pay attention, and the few balls of foxfire touched his body. In an instant, several holes appeared on his clothes. A slight tingling sensation came from his skin. But Lu Ye's mind began to shake violently. It felt like an invisible impact had fiercely shaken his mind, causing him to see stars and illusions. For a moment, green, purple, white, and gold lights filled his vision. He couldn't see anything else. This foxfire didn't have much killing power, but it had the ability to shake one's mind. Lu Yi immediately reacted, but it was already too late. The fox demon had already arrived in front of him. Her sharp claws viciously slashed down. With a ripping sound, the clothes on Lu Ye's chest were torn apart. Several bone-deep wounds appeared on his chest, and his flesh was badly mutilated. In the battle with the giant berserk ape, the fox demon hadn't made a move from beginning to end. She only stabbed the giant berserk ape once, when it was about to die, so Lu Ye's understanding of her was only that she was a monster beast comparable to a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator. He didn't expect that the fox fire used by the fox demon would have such a strange ability. However, the fox demon had the innate ability to control one's mind. The fox fire itself didn't have much killing power, but it could shake one's mind. This was understandable. However, this strange ability couldn't be countered by a Cloud River realm cultivator. In a single exchange, Lu Yi was injured. Borrowing the force of his opponent's attack, he floated backwards and slashed out with his saber. However, the fox demon's movements were extremely fast. Just as he stabilized his body and calmed his shaking mind, the fox demon swung her furry tail and sent several balls of fox fire towards him. After suffering once, Lu Yi wouldn't suffer a second time. He immediately dodged, but the foxfire was like a maggot in his bones. When it got close, it exploded, filling the sky with sparks. Even though Lu Yi activated his defensive spirit rune in time, he couldn't completely avoid it. A few more sparks landed on his body. Lu Ye's vision was once again filled with illusions, and he couldn't see clearly. At this moment, the Heart's Eye secret technique played a miraculous role. Just now he was caught off guard and his mind was shaken, so he couldn't defend against the fox demon's attack. However, this time he was prepared and immediately sensed that there was an attack coming from his left. The mountain coiling saber slashed out, and the flesh on his right arm bulged slightly. A faint cry, like a baby's cry, rang out. By the time Lu Yi came back to his senses, the fox demon had stopped 10 feet away from him. Her snow-white fur was stained with dark red blood. She was already injured. Her green eyes were filled with shock. She obviously didn't expect Lu Yi to be able to counterattack so accurately in such a situation. "Yi." Lu Yi called out softly, wanting her to provide some help. "I can't, Lu Yi. Giant armor is chasing me." Yi's voice traveled into his ears. If no one disturbed her, Yi could still activate the power of the 9-front formation to help. However, after she forcefully sent giant armor out, it kept chasing after her. Yi was also very helpless. Now, she could only maintain the operation of the 9-front formation and provide a place for Lu Yi to kill the fox demon. Fortunately, although giant armor's physique was strong, its greatest weakness was that it wasn't fast enough. Thus, Yi didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Chapter 591. Lu Yi took a light breath and looked at the fox demon. He couldn't count on Yi, so he could only rely on himself. He secretly rejoiced that he had learned the mind's eye secret technique from Xiaoliang and had a perfect training ground like the Mirage Realm, allowing him to achieve some minor success in the mind's eye secret technique in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, this battle would really be difficult. However, the threat of the fox fire still couldn't be underestimated. His spirit was powerful, so the power of his mind was also extremely tough. Even so, his mind was still in turmoil when he was attacked by the fox fire. If it were an ordinary Cloud River tier cultivator who was hit by the fox fire, they would probably be stabbed in the neck. This fox demon could be domineering in the Fox Immortal Valley for close to 20 years. Sure enough, she didn't just rely on that strange spirit secret technique. This foxfire was probably a power she had never revealed in front of others. Looking at the vigilant fox demon in front of him, Lu Yi slowly closed his eyes. Exclamation point. The fox demon's green eyes narrowed slightly. Cloud River tier cultivators more or less had their own perception, but because it didn't involve the cultivation of the spirit, this kind of perception was extremely weak. Usually it could be used to perceive some things, but in a real life and death battle, the perception of a Cloud River tier cultivator couldn't be relied on at all. However, the enemy in front of her actually closed his eyes. This made the fox demon momentarily unsure of what Lu Yi wanted to do. However, she didn't have time to think too much. Only she knew how serious her injuries were, and the strength she could use now was limited. She had to kill this traitor in front of her in the shortest time possible to have any hope of survival. Thus, with only a moment of hesitation, A few more balls of foxfire flew toward Lu Yi, followed closely by the fox demon's fierce, killing intent. The foxfire floated within a foot of Lu Yi and suddenly exploded, turning into little sparks that fell on his body. At this moment, Lu Yi frowned slightly. Obviously, he had been hit by a strange force again, and his mind was shaken and uneasy. It was also at this moment that the fox demon that pounced overstretched out her sharp claws. She raised her long saber and stabbed it at an incredible angle. The fox demon's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and she hurriedly dodged. She looked at Lu Yi, whose eyes were still closed, in shock and uncertainty. She quickly launched another attack, still using foxfire to open the way, and her true body followed closely behind. However, the exact same thing happened again. The fox demon retreated, feeling extremely shocked. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time definitely wasn't. This guy could actually block my attack with his eyes closed? On what basis? It had not been easy for her to get her revenge. Now, she only had one wish, and that was to return to Fox Immortal Valley and comfort her master's spirit in front of his grave. However, her final wish was getting further and further away from her. On what basis? The heavens were so unfair. The mournful howl of a fox rang out, and when it reached Lu Ye's ears, it shook his mind, causing him to frown. Along with the howl, the foxfire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell in an endless stream. The fox demon's true body was hidden in the foxfire, and it launched a crazy attack on Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood in place and defended himself. The damage caused by the foxfire was negligible. The foxfire itself didn't have much lethality, but the impact of the foxfire on his mind was unavoidable. Moreover, the fox demon's angry attacks couldn't be underestimated. Even if she was seriously injured and couldn't display her full strength, she was still a monster beast comparable to a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If Lu Yi didn't have a foundation that far surpassed cultivators of the same level, he wouldn't have been able to block her attacks. Bloody wounds constantly appeared on his body. The Heart's Eye secret technique could indeed allow him to react correctly to dangers within a foot of him, but the foxfire's impact on his mind was unavoidable. Many times he simply couldn't react in time. This can't go on. Even if Lu Yi knew that the fox demon was an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't maintain this kind of attack for long, it was hard to say who would die first if this continued. I have to find a way to resolve the foxfire's impact on me. But is there any way to resolve this strange foxfire? Lu Ye's mind raced as he suddenly realized something. No matter why the foxfire could affect one's mind, it was still a ball of fire. Since it's fire, there's no reason for me to fear it. He recalled the scene of him entering the Land of Fire on the Spirit Stream battlefield. The Land of Fire and the 10,000 Poison Forest were both sacred grounds of the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was difficult for cultivators to penetrate them. Some Spirit Stream realm cultivators with strong foundations might be able to set foot on the periphery of these two sacred grounds, but no one had ever been able to enter their depths, especially in the Land of Fire. Even the Overlord level Banshee found it difficult to approach. One had to know that the Overlord level Banshee was a fire attribute monster beast. But Lu Yi had gone in, and not only had he only been a 7th Order Heaven cultivator at the time, he had even obtained the Phoenix True Fire and activated the Fire Phoenix Spirit Tattoo on his talent tree. The reason he was able to enter the heart of the Land of Fire was not because of his own cultivation, but because of his talent tree. At that time, when he was in a difficult situation, he suddenly had an idea and activated the talent tree's power, allowing the talent tree's invisible roots to cover his entire body, isolating him from the cruel environment of the Land of Fire. The talent tree's power could even isolate an environment like the Land of Fire. Could it also isolate the foxfire's impact on him? If it could, then his mind would no longer be affected by the foxfire, and he would be able to freely kill the monster fox. With a thought, Lu Yi immediately activated the talent tree. As he immersed his mind, he saw the talent tree that was entrenched in his source spirit aperture suddenly grow roots, then spread out, as if probing into an unknown space, and disappeared. If Lu Yi activated the Insight Spirit Tattoo at this moment to inspect his body, he would see many root-like things all over his body, gently swaying along with the flow of his spirit qi. His mind seemed to be weighed down by a heavy burden, and the power of his mind was rapidly being consumed. Activating the talent tree did not consume his spirit qi, but the power of his mind. Usually, when Lu Yi let the talent tree devour the earth fire, the consumption was very small. But at this moment, the consumption was more than 100 times higher than usual. After all, his whole body was wrapped in the roots of the talent tree, and when he devoured the earth fire, only a few roots spread out from his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the crazy and persistent green eyes of the monster fox, who was moving and jumping not far in front of him, interfering with his judgment. With the support of wind travel, his figure rushed out, directly facing the fox fire in front of him. Fight a quick battle. The monster fox did not know what happened to Lu Ye's body. Seeing Lu Yi actually take the initiative to crash into her fox fire, she was shocked and angry, and her beautiful figure jumped up to meet Lu Yi. However, in the next moment, the monster fox was wrapped in a chill. It was because Lu Ye's figure rushed out from the fox fire, and no matter how the fox fire exploded on his body, his firm eyes did not waver. Impossible! In shock, the monster fox actually spoke human language. However, for a demonic beast like her who could transform into human form, even in the state of her true body, it was not difficult to speak human language. She knew the power of her fox fire. If an ordinary cloud river tier cultivator touched it, they would immediately fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. The shortest would be 3 to 5 breaths, and the longest would be 10 breaths. However, this traitor who betrayed her and the fox Celestial Valley had shown a great resistance to her foxfire before, and her foxfire had only affected him for a moment. This could be explained by his mind being strong enough. But how could he not be affected at all? Could the power of his mind be comparable to the spirit ocean tier? However, from the other party's calm eyes, he was indeed not affected at all. While the monster fox was shocked, the distance between the man and the fox had been shortened to the limit. The bright light of a blade flashed in the monster fox's vision, and she only felt a pain in front of her. The huge impact sent her flying, blood splattering in the air, and she fell in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, a figure had already landed in front of her, carrying a murderous aura. The power of the blade enveloped her like a storm, and each strike was fatal. The fox fire reappeared, but this time it could not cause the slightest disturbance to Li. Without the fox fire to rely on, the monster fox, who was also an arrow at the end of its flight, had no power to resist this kind of attack. Blood splattered, and the sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out. Her snow-white fur was dyed red by the dark red blood, and the shocking color rendered her incomparably miserable. As Lu Yi swung the blade again, the monster fox fell heavily to the ground. This time, she was unable to stand up. She lay there, gasping for air, and the light in her eyes had become extremely dim. Lu Yi held the mountain pan blade and stepped forward, looking down at the monster fox in front of him. The monster fox turned her eyes, but her vision was blurry. She could no longer see Lu Ye's face clearly and could only make out a vague outline. So, the heavens have already punished me. In the last moment of her life, she seemed to have understood something, and she muttered to herself. In these past years, she had continuously used her soul secret technique to enslave cultivators on the Cloud River battlefield. Those who dared to enter the depths of the Great Mang Mountains were all outstanding cultivators of the Cloud River tier. In the past 18 years, if not 1,000 cultivators had died because of her, then at least 800. As the number of cultivators she enslaved increased, the inexplicable sense of danger became more and more intense. She knew that one day the heavens would punish her for her actions. She had originally thought that it would be a punishment similar to the soul-extinguishing divine lightning on the spirit stream battlefield. However, she had never imagined that this punishment would be handed down in such a way and under such circumstances that she was completely unaware of. It was not until the last moment of her life that she finally understood the truth. Lu Yi stood in front of the monster fox and could sense her current state, but the words that came out of her mouth puzzled him greatly. However, he did not delve too deeply into it, and simply treated it as the monster fox's last words. He raised the mountain pan blade high. "That's fine, too." A flash of blade light appeared in her vision, and the monster fox felt relieved. No matter what, she had avenged her master. Perhaps this could be considered the final gift from the heavens. "Master, Xian has come to accompany you.